Chapter 21:13. The three of them chatted. After a while, the little robot said, "By Zhongshu said that he won't be eating. He's holding a meeting to find someone for Dongzhu to practice with." Did we catch a fish that escaped the net again? Zhang Shua's expression did not look good. This was a problem that happened when he was the Hunan magistrate. Li Qingqi did not answer Zhang Shua's words. He took Bai Gu's soup bowl and found the swill bucket. He poured the soup on top into it, leaving the dry goods inside, and divided them into his and Li Yi's bowls. Just in time to add some soup. Li Yi was afraid of the cold, and with so many dry goods, how could there be no soup? The whole mutton soup contained mutton, lamb offal, small dumplings, and a lot of other things. I'll go. The little robot turned around to get the soup. According to Brother Yi, how should the worry-free craftsman guild be managed? Li Qingqi changed the topic. As soon as you mention supervision, they will give up. They want to raise money to buy land and build shops, not make a difference in the industry. After that, my brother's Workers' Alliance will take over and expand the business. The people of Hunan province are rich, and they do need to repair their houses and courtyards. The time spent on repairing them is better than doing other jobs. The people of the Workers' Alliance need to work, and they are all familiar with it. The people work slowly, but the craftsmen work quickly. This is the best use of human resources. Let the professionals do the professional work, save costs, and reduce the consumption of working hours. Li Yi did not care. He was more interested in knowing who the other party's leader was. He was smarter and had a flexible mind. The key was knowing how to raise funds and how to use them. Zhang Shua had probably adjusted himself. He drank a big mouthful of soup and waited for the little robot to bring over a new soup. "Xiao Yi, do you need to be skilled in this kind of strategy?" Li Yi shook his head vigorously. "I don't need to. I'm guarding the issuance of the Tang dynasty's currency. I'm very careful and don't dare to make the slightest mistake." "You know how to." Zhang Shua asked for proof. "No matter what method people in the world can think of, I know whether it's good or bad and give a response." Li Yi was not modest at all. "Come, show me all your tricks." Zhang Shua showed a relieved expression. That's good. The soup is here. Scoop it yourself. I'll bring you a big pot." The little robot came over with a basin. Its drawer was empty. As it spoke, it came to the table next to it. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan were there. The two of them had been sitting with Li Yi earlier. When Zhang Shua and Bai Gu arrived, the two of them made way for them. "Come and sit down." Li Qingqi went over to pick up his niece's bowl. Li Yi helped Xiao Lan, but it was impossible for Li Qingqi to help Xiao Lan. He put down the bowl and said, "In the future, you two don't have to avoid such small matters. Prime Minister Zhang is not an outsider." Zhang said, "Does that mean you're avoiding me? Should I leave now?" "Hurry up, don't be in a daze." The little robot urged Zhang. Their identities were special, and no one could do anything to them. Even if Li Dan was dissed, they couldn't just drag her down and behead her. What if she damaged her head? It was not like he would lose his data. He was still alive. Zhang Shua could only add soup for himself. Xiao Lan added soup for the other four people, ignoring Zhang Shua. Li Yi put pepper in the soup and hummed a song. When he finished, the song stopped. For a moment, the mood of the people around the table improved. Ever since Li Yi met Princess Yongmu, he seemed to be very lively all day. It was rare to see him with a gloomy face. When the chancellors were with him, they would smile. Usually, they would all have a serious expression. "Brother Yi, every time I see you, my mood becomes better. There's always a smile on your face. It's delightful," Li Qingqi said to Li Yi with a smile. To be honest, no matter what problems he encountered, his mood would be different when he saw Li Yi. As long as a person is mentally normal, I guarantee that they will be willing to interact with sunny and cheerful people. We have absolute military and financial power. What's there to worry about? Think about the later Turks. Don't they have a good life? When the people around you smile, you will smile too. Life will change because of your smile and cry. I'm considered a superior, right? If I smile more, the people of Zhuangzi will be happy. If I frown every day, the villagers will be sad too. Li Yi did not talk about the interaction between living things in the scientific field. It was too deep to talk about it. Li Lang, I'm just a Zhuangzi. How can I be considered a superior? Princess Yongmu said. That's right. Look, I'm already drunk after drinking a little. Li Yi nodded with a smile. I also want to get drunk. Zhang Shua teased. You're not a superior, but you can let others be superior. Drink up. Li Yi raised his cup. His cup was 3 qian. He drank a little before, but there was still a little left. When Zhang Shua saw that his wine cup was full, his mouth moved. Just a sip, just a sip. Most of the monks and Taoists on the shore were drinking mutton soup. A small number of them were eating sesame seed cakes with pickled vegetables. They did not eat meat. When Buddhism was first spread, it was not like this. As it spread, it changed. They did not eat onions, ginger, and garlic because they had a strong taste. When they were preaching, the smell was too strong. They did not drink because they were worried that they would cause trouble. They did not eat meat because there was no meat to eat. Everyone spread the word that they did not eat meat. Religious things were scientific and practical in the beginning. Later on, when society developed, it had nothing to do with the past. It was purely metaphysical. But Yi Silan was more interesting. She said that they did not eat pork and other meats because they were afraid of getting sick. They did not drink because they were afraid it would affect their minds. Then why did they not smoke? When did tobacco spread? When did the teachings of your religion come into existence? Could this thing be added at will? Were they treating it like a constitution? Some monks did not eat, while others ate in big mouthfuls. Our beliefs are different. Taoists ate the most. I don't care what you monks think. Meat is delicious. Tomorrow is a crucial time. It's up to them to protect the status of monks and Taoists. A Taoist ate a mutton leg. He dipped it in salt and ate it himself. He bought the mutton leg with money. The mutton soup was free, but he had to pay for other things. In other places, the mutton leg was only 13 or 14 yuan. Here, it was 100 yuan. It was up to him to eat it or not. It's just looking for a face. I lost everything yesterday. A monk was also eating a mutton leg. He bought it with 100 yuan. He was from Tantric Buddhism. He was different from some people. Not to mention eating meat, he also looked for women. Unfortunately, he could not find any here. The women in Sigong Square and Pyeongkong Square did not agree, including Baitsu. Baitsu was working hard to learn. When he learned well, the price would not be the same as before. It was a rare opportunity. Everyone kept their secrets and did not spread it to others. Now that they were facing a common enemy, the communication between women increased. They worked together for the Tang dynasty. Some of these monks were vexed, and the good people did not want to hang out with them. Suffering is also a form of cultivation. Someone said with an open-minded look on his face. Others ignored them. If you really have open-minded, why don't you leave? What are you doing here? Drinking mutton soup and eating sesame seed cakes for free? Chapter 21:14. This old man is starving. I only drank a few mouthfuls of soup last night and was angry with them. Xiao Yi, you have 6 more people to practice with. This old man will provide you with 38 people. Early in the morning, Bai Gu drank mutton soup and found Li Yi again. Li Yi also drank mutton soup. The mutton bones from last night could not be boiled once and thrown away. However, there was no whole mutton soup and not enough ingredients. However, there was less oil in the soup but more minced meat. It did not look bland at all. He ate shumai and even wrapped the mutton in shumai. Okay, I will give you a 20% discount next time. Li Yi ate some side dishes. He woke up an hour earlier, drank a large cup of water, and then lay down to sleep. His current condition was good, but this was under the condition that he had conditions. If he did not have conditions, he would eat porridge in the morning to increase the water content. At the same time, he would eat more salted vegetables to suppress the stomach reaction. Frankly speaking, he was not hungry. He was usually too full. Now, when ordinary people were given food in the morning, they would definitely not be unable to eat or feel like vomiting after eating. The dock workers could eat meat whenever they were given meat. After eating, they would not feel nauseous and would not become fat at the same time. Good, good, good. Xiao Yi is still the best. Then this old man will provide 50 people. Will I give you a 50% discount? Bai Gu put down his chopsticks and looked like he wanted to ask Li Yi for an explanation. Old Bai, I said I will give you a 30% discount. You are eating, so you heard a bit off. Li Yi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. This could not be counted, right? What is a 30% discount? Forget it. It is a waste of breath. You can always explain it. Let this old man tell you if you need to practice, then practice with all your strength. Anyone who is sent to you is unforgivable. It is not as simple as money. The craftsmen know that the imperial court is very kind, but they have not done so. Their hearts are cold. The cold weather can increase clothes. But where does the cold heart depend on? This old man will reward the craftsmen tenfold. I have ordered people to promise that the officials in charge of the Hunan Ministry of Works will only have a chance to live. Don't think that this old man is exaggerating to scare people. If our Tang dynasty city is besieged and we promise to send reinforcements, but there is no reinforcements, won't the city surrender? The more Bai Gu spoke, the angrier he got. He had already agreed, but the money was not given. What would the craftsmen think? Okay. Li Yi was stunned for a moment before he replied with a single word. Which one? Bai Gu widened his eyes. That's good. Li Yi added, you did the right thing. Actually, what he wanted to say was, you promised reinforcements, but there is no reinforcements. The city won't surrender, because that's what your son does. A lone city, besieged by the enemy for months without success, until the arrows ran out and the food ran out, the city was breached. So, old Bai, there's nothing wrong with your words. Whatever you say is the truth. Xiao Yi, this old man has discovered that you treat this old man differently. Bai Gu seemed to have sensed something. No, old Bai, don't misunderstand. I'm only good to my Wen Tian and Xiaolan. Really? Li Yi moved his feet and retreated more than 4 meters in an instant. He only stopped when he touched the small robot. Aya, oh my God! It's all thanks to my stable center of gravity, the small robot said. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. A very serious matter was actually filled with laughter. Is everyone here? Sima Qingjin hurried from the shore to the deck of the yacht, looking slightly tired. Where did Ziwei go? Is there any result? Zhang, Juling greeted, and went forward to pull Sima Qingjin to a seat, preparing to eat. It starts at noon, maybe until dawn, Sima Qingjin replied. Sima Qingjin replied that it would start at noon and end at dawn. Brother Yi? Li Longji picked up a steamed dumpling. They want to fight for glory. Buddhism should be in the day. Taoism should be in the night. Taoism should be fully prepared. The light effect at night is better. Li Yi yawned and ate. They didn't need to pay attention to those people. Could it be even in the day? He was thinking too much. Which sutra are they talking about over there? Brother, Yi, do you need to prepare something? Li Longji was not worried about losing. He had already won. In the 10,000 Buddhas pilgrimage the night before, all the monks were crippled. The people were watching. Could it be better? Not yet, Sima Qingjin replied. It's okay. I have a support group. You can choose as you wish. Li Yi started to tremble. He was the one who had gone through the trouble of searching for information, but the other person had already memorized it. What else could he say? As long as they didn't play tricks with the eminent monks and look for loopholes in the sutra, it would be fine. Because there were no loopholes at all, a sutra could be used together. This one seemed incomplete. the others would make up for it. What about other matters? Li Longji asked again. Li Yi thought for a moment. Prepare delicious food, crepes, and make tens of thousands of sets. The time they chose is interesting. It's noon. I'll arrange it and show everyone how a large-scale, close-range illusion is played. Including the appearance, I want it to be more powerful than stepping on water. Who said that magic can't be played during the day? At the same time, I want to set off the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Political propaganda can't be lost. Third brother, I'll use the image of His Majesty's true body. You can talk to His Majesty. If there's any offense, at least a hot pot. It has to be a double hot pot. The spicy one has to be the seafood base, and the clear one has to be the chicken soup base. Li Longji made a condition. He couldn't use it for free. He had to make delicious food for him. The seafood base has to be big prawns and big prawns. Empress Wang joined in the commotion. Sima Qingjin watched and listened. Once again, he felt sad for the people over there. They were fighting with their backs to the river. It seemed so tragic. In the end, Li Yi didn't take it seriously at all. The topic turned to food. But the big prawns should be quite delicious, right? Sima Qingjin recalled that he had eaten them before. He had stayed in Mao Mountain for a long time. Changzhou, the people who were prepared to watch the commotion, also ate breakfast. It was also mutton soup, followed by steamed buns and pickled vegetables. They also gave an extra tea egg. They usually ate the tea egg first and didn't bring it home. They raised chickens at home. Other people felt that eggs were good and couldn't bear to eat them, but they could. Usually they raised 20 chickens and could have an average of 6 to 7 eggs a day. On a good day, they could have 13 to 14 eggs a day. It was so much that they couldn't finish it. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The monks started to go up the stage. They set up another stage. An old monk didn't use a rope this time. He walked up the ladder step by step. However, he didn't hold the ladder with his hands. His lower body was quite good. He brought a wooden fish up the stage. After sitting down, he mumbled and knocked. The other monks chanted sutras together. Their voices were quite pleasant and had a special rhythm. The screen showed the image of the old monk. The people had already sat down. The monks and Taoists from the capital government watched and suddenly felt a little sad. Look at how the monks and Taoists from Hunan province were forced. How pitiful! Before they could take a few breaths of pity, the image on the screen suddenly changed. Li Yi appeared on the water surface, wearing a white coat. He just stood there. The people were in an uproar. They saw clearly that there was nothing under the water. How could a person not sink on the water surface? They had heard of people who could fly, but they had never seen people who didn't sink. Li Yi stepped on the water and walked step by step. The monks and Taoists looked at the screen. Their eyes changed. They could say that he was playing tricks at night, but in broad daylight, how could he? Chapter 21:15. Let this water turn into a beautiful rainbow and relieve the suffering of the world. When a monk or Taoist priest wanted to jump into the river to take a look, Li Yi spoke. He raised his hand and a mist appeared. Then the camera adjusted its angle and a beautiful rainbow appeared. Whoosh! The rainbow around Li Yi dissipated and the image on the screen changed again. It was a mountain nearby. A rainbow appeared above the mountain and brought Li Yi's rainbow over. Everyone looked over at the same time. Li Longji swallowed his saliva. He was shocked. Li Yi didn't tell him how he did it. He just saw his brother walking on the water and raising his hand to make the rainbow appear. It was near a moment ago, but now it was far away on the mountain. It wasn't night time. With the lighting effect and the sun in the sky, it was obvious that he was cheating. Yi Fashion and Shan Wei were also stunned. Who could tell them how the scene before them was done? In broad daylight, with so many pairs of eyes watching, how did the rainbow on the water reach the mountain? Everyone looked at the rainbow. After the rainbow, there were halos like the light of Buddha, and a figure appeared. At first, the figure was blurry, but as time passed, it gradually became clearer. It was a child living in the palace. His appearance, no matter how they looked at it, it was Li Longji. This time it was noble consort Lu and Li Dan's turn to be stunned. It really was Li Longji when he was young. There was no doubt about it. Did he draw such a portrait when he was young? Why did he bring up the events of his childhood? Could it be that the sun and moon were reversed? Another person appeared on the screen. It was the young Li Dan. He was holding Li Longji's hand and walking on a small path. Sanlang, the Khitans in the east, the Turks in the north, the Tubo in the west, and the Abbasid Caliphate in the west. They have not given up on their desire to destroy the Tang dynasty. Our Tang dynasty has been at war for years, and the suffering of the people is indescribable. In the video, Li Dan was talking to Li Longji. Li Longji took a close-up shot of his face. His lips were tightly pursed, and there was a simple look in his eyes. If I become the emperor, I'll make sure that the Tang dynasty's power surpasses the entire country. No one will dare to invade. The people will not have to worry about food and clothing. The old will be taken care of, and the young will be educated. The commoners listened and watched. Even the monk who was knocking on the wooden fish turned his head to look in that direction. Clearly, he was not focused enough. The scene changed. The child had grown up. He was dressed in imperial attire and was sitting in the Hanyuan Palace. Reporting. Tubo attacks the side. Reporting. After that, the Turks invaded the north. Reporting. Big Appetite in white is trapped in Sueya City. Urgent reports rang out one after another, and the officials on the screen all rushed forward. Later on, other scenes appeared. On the battlefield, the Tang dynasty soldiers were bravely killing the enemy. Their military flags were fluttering in the wind, horns were blowing, and drums were beating. The front of the formation breaker was used to lure the enemy. The archers blocked the enemy's shots. The cavalry on the two flanks shot at the enemy. The sword and shield soldiers were in a stalemate. The jumping army fought for their lives. The Mo sword soldiers advanced like a wall. Slowly, the image of Subjing-Z became blurry, but it soon became clear. At this time, the scene on the battlefield changed. The hot air balloons rose into the air. One of the people on the balloons looked through binoculars, while the other quickly signaled with flags. The enemy on the ground had just gotten into formation when piles of heavenly monkeys were ignited and flew out. The enemy's formation was blown up, leaving a large gap. The horses were charged with explosives tied to their bodies. The enemy cavalry was thrown into chaos. The enemy troops collapsed instantly. The sword and shield soldiers took off their armor and threw away their shields as they chased. The Tang dynasty cavalry followed closely behind. The winged knights shouted, "For the country's wings, flourish like the forest. For the country's wings, flourish like the forest. For the country's wings, flourish like the forest." They gradually disappeared into the distance. On the main screen, Li Longji suddenly stood up, raised his arm, and pointed forward. Surrounded by strong enemies, the Tang dynasty's power is brilliant. The safety of the people is in our hands. Where are my officials? When he said this, his voice echoed. Here. A group of officials on the yacht responded at the same time. After shouting, some people realized that the emperor next to them did not say anything. It was the voice from there. Some people hurriedly raised their hands to wipe their tears. They were too emotional. The people cried even more. The sound of blowing their noses rose and fell one after another. The scene changed again. Li walked on the waves. The rainbow disappeared, and the screen changed directly. In the close-up, Li changed the frequency of his feet and the length of his stride. Here. Li continued the previous words and spoke in the same tone as the officials. Then he lifted his foot and stepped into the air. Li Shui stepped into the air and walked towards the platform. As he walked, he sang, "The Tang dynasty bitterly hates all injustice. In the past, it was shameful. Hot blood cannot be extinguished. The loyal soul has not changed. The sky is shaking. The 8 directions return to the court. The 4 C's often go out to suppress the noise. What ambition does the Golden Age have? China is immortal Shenyuan. As the words Shenyuan fell, he also landed and stood firmly on the platform. Li Longji was about to kneel. It was too shocking. How could it be like this in broad daylight? Brother E is my son-in-law. Brother E is my son-in-law, Li Longji muttered, telling himself that Brother E was not scary. Not far away, Wu Jiu. Oh, she was now a concubine. She was trembling. Previously, when Li Yi supported Empress Wang, she wanted to make a move more than once, but she could not find a chance. Now she was afraid. Fortunately, she did not make a move. If she did, she would probably be gone. How did you do it? Princess Yongmu was happy, excited, and puzzled. She was not afraid. This was her man. The little robot whispered. When everyone was looking at the rainbow, the steel wire was pulled. The other arrangements were also completed at that time. How did the rainbow come about? Xiao Lan asked. Fog maker. It can have a rainbow after some adjustment. The laser will animate it. In winter, it will be adjusted again. Artificial snow, and then everyone will ski for fun. Dongzhu made a lot of things. His heart ached. They were all lifespan. Fortunately, all the sex beliefs were suppressed at once. It looks powerful now, but tonight is even scarier than last night. In the future, there will be more things we can use. Let the people live a good life and make up for their lifespan. The little robot introduced the situation. When you were all looking at the rainbow, some of the arrangements here were completed. But how did you do the age of the people above? When they were young. Xiao Lan pointed to Li Longji and Li Dan. That's the simplest. You give me a skull, and I will give you the appearance of a person. When someone dies, only the bones are left. No one knows who it is. We can restore the appearance and find someone to identify it. Today, they want to talk about the Diamond Sutra. In fact, they have given up. The Diamond Sutra has little content. The little robot continued to explain. It would not tell ordinary people. Anyway, my Li Lang is the best. Princess Yongmu did not care how she cheated. She only believed in this. Yes, Dongzhu is the best. The little robot echoed. Are you afraid that he will smash you? Xiao Lan asked mischievously. I'm not afraid of being smashed. I'm afraid that my program will be erased. Yes, it's hot at noon. I'll prepare iced sour plum soup for Dongzhu. The little robot said as it ran in circles. In fact, the weather was not very hot. This was not Cheongzhou or Yazhou. On the other side, Li Yi sat properly and adjusted his legs. He could not sit until his legs were numb like last time. The monk opposite him felt the same as Ji Kong. He was afraid and lacked confidence. Even in the middle of the day, he felt cold from the inside out. Benefactorly, today, how about we talk about the Diamond Sutra? He tried his best to calm himself down. Chapter 21:16. Master is. Li Yi was astonished. Why don't you introduce yourself? I don't need to. You all know who I am, but I don't know you. The monk opposite him revealed an awkward expression as his expression changed. Li Yi suddenly understood. All living beings have no self-form, human form. All living beings form and longevity form. No form, no illegitimate form. Why does a formless need a name? A nameless form is a form. Why don't I call you formless? He understood. The other party was afraid of saying his name. What if he took revenge later? Since they were talking about the Diamond Sutra, he could casually find a sentence to explain it to the other party. The other party was not an enemy, and he did not want to kill anyone. Monk Wuxiang, who had managed to get a temporary number, revealed a grateful expression. He regretted it. Just look at how nice Owner Li was. How could he and his people have been instigated by others? 10% tax it was. Now it was 10% tax, 50% tax, and half of the property? Li Dongzhu had shown his divinity twice. Those people behind him had suffered a great loss. Not only did they not attack Li Dongzhu, but they also helped him to advance. Thank you, benefactor. Formless has a question. Is benefactor walking on air, rising step by step? The old monk asked. Kite, rising in the face of adversity. Thus Tathagata. Li Yi answered. This kind of match did not need a support group. The Diamond Sutra had little content, so it was easy to find information. Unlike the Avadamsaka Sutra, there were so many words. It was okay to read slowly, but in an instant it asked for a specific sentence and then answered. His eyes hurt. Adversity, body rebellious, heart rebellious? The monk who was temporarily named Formless asked again. Body and mind are not rebellious, that is the name rebellious. Not solemn, that is the name solemn. Not body, that is the name great body. Li Yi continued. This thing was like a white horse that was not a horse. The old monk knew that he would not be able to find out the specific situation. He was confused and had to start from the beginning. Thus I heard, for a time, Buddha only gave a tree to the lonely garden in Shiwei, begging for food in Shiwei's big city. In the city, begging for food. The beginning of the Diamond Sutra was, I heard that at that time that person did something, and then something. That's exactly what I've heard. Buddhist scriptures are not prose, but narratives. For example, I have heard that there is a book written by a man who is handsome and multi-talented, with a capital of 100,000 souls. Translator, I heard that there is a novel in which the male reader is handsome and talented, and he gave a reward of 100,000 renminbi, which was the currency of the Soviet Union. Another example, I have heard that in one book, the beauty of the women has returned to the beauty of the wild geese, throwing 100,000 silks into the homeland of Zimbabwe. Translation, I heard that there is a novel, the female reader is beautiful and graceful, a reward of 1 billion, Zimbabwe. Therefore, whenever Li Yi had people writing the Peace Sutra, there was nothing wrong with what they wrote. The only problem was his position. He forced people to buy it. Li looked down on this. You can write a web novel and get people to subscribe to it. As for you, other people's Buddhist scriptures have connotations, but yours doesn't. Your connotations are corruption. In other words, people like you don't know what sutras are. What you're doing is called parallelism. You're the leader of the public security department, and you've threatened some people to buy your Peace Sutra. Li Yi listened to the old monk reciting the Diamond Sutra. He couldn't bear it. The other party was definitely not reciting. He was scared. Maybe he should take a look at the other party's physical condition. If he can live for another 20 or 30 years, he can teach him physics and chemistry. Sit down. While Li Yi was thinking, the old monk finished his words. Whether it's food or not, everything is false. Since it's false, why not be false? It's time for us to eat. I'll make something for everyone to eat. Whether it's true or false, you don't have to care. All appearances and appearances are nothing but an illusion. If you see all appearances are false, you see Tathagata. Li Yi followed the outline of the Diamond Sutra and said, as he spoke, he waved his hand and a pancake flew over. He began to make the pancake. The two platforms were far away, and the others could only watch through the screen. Li Yi spread out the pancake. He weighed it in his hand and estimated the distance and position. He took a deep breath and threw it from bottom to top. Go! The pancake flew in a parabola. This was a normal operation. At that time, many people threw things to others. They swung their arms from back to front. It was very difficult for the other party to catch it. As long as the distance wasn't too far, it should be from bottom to top. The old monk saw the pancake flying over and estimated the distance. He stood up, took a step to the side, and reached out to catch it. If he didn't move, the pancake would definitely fall to the side. Li didn't throw it well. Li Yi was embarrassed, but he could lose his life. He still had this bit of wisdom. What if the platform collapsed again? The last time it collapsed, Ji Tsung came down on the lotus platform. This time, if he didn't catch it, the platform would collapse. It was 33 feet high. Li Yi saw that the other party caught it and heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to spread out the pancake and threw it down. There were people below who caught it, people from the pear garden and acrobats. They could catch things steadily. First, Madame Gongsun could catch swords. Li Yi casually waved his hand on the pancake and a pancake appeared. He threw it down. His movements became faster and faster. Almost instantly, a pancake was thrown down. The group of people who caught it quickly passed it to the people next to them and sent it to the people. It was time for lunch. Didn't you hear what the old monk said? Everyone should go beg for food, line up, and come back to meditate. The people didn't need to beg. Li Dongzhu made the pancakes on the spot. All the pancakes were hot. So this is the purpose. Li Longji held a pancake in his hand and understood. His pancake was not given by Li Yi. Princess Yongmu personally spread it. Yuan, it's been hard on you. You have to cook personally. Li Longji held the pancake happily. At least I don't have to be blown by the wind up there. I have someone to rely on. Who does Li Lang rely on? Princess Yongmu was not very happy. She felt wronged for her Li Lang. This matter was not handled well by the imperial court. That was why they sent Li Lang. Li Lang had been helping the imperial court and the people of the Tang dynasty since a few years ago. He was also a person. At that time, he was still young. Who did he rely on? It's not that there's no one to rely on, but there's no one to rely on. Li Longji explained. It's not that I don't want to provide him with support. Who does he need to rely on? To put it bluntly, I have to rely on him. Look at the scene he created today. Isn't it scary? Aren't you afraid? Of course, if you're not afraid, he'll probably cook braised pork for you. I'll fry one for Li Lang alone. Put 2 more eggs. Princess Yongmu continued to make pancakes. I'll make soup. Come down and rest later. We can eat it with pancakes. She was making wild vegetable soup. It was cold in Luoyang, but there were still wild vegetables. They were very small sprouts. This was the best. On the other side, Li Yi kept throwing pancakes. On the screen, there were light and shadow effects. Since it was a screen, it could naturally be processed. The people looked at the screen. When they received the pancakes, they were very conflicted. To eat or not to eat? Chapter 21:17. The commoners were reluctant to eat it. They felt that it was the work of immortals. It would be better to take it back and give it to their children. However, Li Dongzhu had said at noon that it was for everyone to eat. It would be inappropriate if they did not eat it. Now that it was hot, it would be ineffective if it was cold, right? Li Yi was very tired on top. He had to take the things sent by the conveyor belt and throw them out. The conveyor belt was a man-made canal with water on it. Who could see if there was an extra conveyor belt inside? When he reached the platform, there was a mirror reflecting cloth. He walked over. From the angle of the platform, others could not see that there was a thicker part. It was the same as looking at people in the park who stuck their heads out and saw that the surroundings were empty. It was the mirror effect. The close-up magic in the park could be done to such a degree, not to mention Li Yi's high platform camera. The old monk, who was temporarily named Wu Xiang, ate a jianbing fruit with sausages inside. He should not have eaten it, but he ate it at this moment. He knew that if he did not eat it, Li Yi would ask him why he did not eat it. If he said that there was meat inside, then the sutra he was talking about was the Diamond Sutra. All appearances were false. Whether meat was meat or not, it was all in the heart and not in the appearance. Just like how Li Yi threw out a jianbing fruit, like a magic trick. You might think it was a jianbing fruit, but it was only the appearance of the heart. Li Yi watched the other party eat and held back his laughter. You all have to eat the Diamond Sutra. I don't even talk about idealism. It's meaningless. Since you're following this, we'll follow this. According to the records, there were monks who did not eat meat, who ate human flesh in times of life and death. The flesh of other people who were trapped and died. Eat it then. Who doesn't want to live? Why bother to find excuses? It seemed unnecessary. Buddha fed the eagle with meat. Wasn't the eagle also Buddha? Wu Xiang had the appearance of all living beings and all Dharma. In the end, saying these things was actually putting a knife to the neck. How many monks would bow their heads? Li looked down on it, because in the party he supported, there were many more revolutionaries who would rather die than submit than Buddhists who pretended to die. They could not be compared at all. When the four olds were broken, how many monks dared not to return to the secular world? When his own party members were massacred, how many comrades did not die? When he made crepes, he made them for the commoners. There were sausages inside. As for whether a monk would eat or not, with a knife on his neck, would he eat or not? There is a kind of saying that he would not eat food given to him by others. The monk ate very calmly. Today's lecture on the Diamond Sutra could give him a lot of understanding. Most importantly, this sausage tastes good. Is it smoked? It wasn't tiring at all. Li Yi threw for half an hour until his hands were numb. The drone flew over with a basket containing Princess Yongmu's pancakes and Shaolan soup. It's my turn. Is there ham inside? Is it time for the first batch from Zhuangzi? Li Yi recalled, shook the soil, took a bite, and confirmed that it was not Zhuangzi. He thought for a long time. Zhuangzi had been doing it every year. From the first time he bought a large amount, until now it was still not enough. As a result, the preaching stopped. What was there to preach about the Diamond Sutra? It didn't have much content, but it contained a lot of things. Those who could understand it would understand it. The deeper things contained philosophy, which the commoners could not understand. The Diamond Sutra, including the extended content, could not be finished in 10 days or half a month. It was not even possible to finish it in a month. There was no need for it at the moment. It was just a few words, and the other party did not say much. Li Yi had no time to expand the content. Many monks and Taoists, including those from the capital, had already lost their taste when they ate the crepes. They were indeed affected. Li Yi walking on water was already heaven-defying enough, but he could also walk on air. With a wave of his hand, a rainbow appeared. It was close in front of him, but far away in the horizon. The more people said that they did not care, the more they cared. Monks and Taoists paid attention to some casual and casual. If they really encountered it, it would be difficult to let it go. The commoners usually valued it very much, but now they were holding the crepes and eating them very happily. I want to take it home for my son to eat. Li Dongzhu is a true immortal. Some people were reluctant to eat it, thinking about their children. It's for you. If you give it to your child, there might be a problem. Eat it. Why is the meat in the sausage so thin? Because it's chicken. The skin of the pig's small intestine is filled with meat. I don't know where the large intestine is. The large intestine is braised. It's not convenient to make sausages. It's very tiring. The intestines of the sheep are also good. The intestines of the sheep are made into something else. There's also lamb soup. There should be sausages too, but they didn't bring it today. How do you think Li Dongzhu flew? At night, he said that he couldn't see clearly because there was something flying with him. Today, he watched Li Dongzhu ascend to the sky step by step. Why do you care so much? Anyway, I know that Li Dongzhu is good to me. Eat. After eating, ask if you can bring something back home, even if it costs money. Yes, ask. If you ask, you probably won't spend money. The commoners did not think about the philosophical questions. They talked about the crepes. This thing was delicious, especially the fruit. It was soft, not the hard kind sold by ordinary people. Actually, they did not know that the authentic crepes, whether it was the deep-fried dough sticks or the grill, were all crispy. This thing originated in Shandong. Crepes were made with green onions. Later, it spread to Tianjin. Tianjin had less wheat and more mung beans, so they used mung bean noodles. It was like Beijing's fermented mung bean juice. Tianjin and Beijing were close to each other. This included Tangshan's mung bean cakes, which were steamed. This thing could not be made in Zhejiang because there were less mung beans. If you want to talk about glutinous rice, you can talk about it. Li Yi knew about these situations. He did not want to eat things that were too hard. It was easy to hurt his mouth and the roof of his mouth. He would need to rest for a few days. Then the question was, how did the hard, deep-fried dough sticks become soft? Fried dough twists could be processed with milk and eggs. They would be soft after being fried. What about the deep-fried dough sticks? Easy. The commoners in foodie countries already had a way to deal with it. After a while, the deep-fried dough sticks would become soft. If it still did not work, it meant that there was no time to continue. When making crepes, put the deep-fried dough sticks in, turn down the fire, and slowly use the steam to make the deep-fried dough stick soft. If one wanted to make the deep-fried dough stick soft, it was easy to brush water on them. After a while, the deep-fried dough sticks would become soft. The final texture and taste of all the food could be adjusted. Li Yi felt that the food was not bad. There was a small note saying that it was Princess Yongmu's soup and Shaolan soup. With the same process and ingredients, the texture would be doubled and the taste increased by 300%. I saw him cheating, but I could not figure out how he did it. When he told me some details, I was still at a loss. Yao Chong was the most indifferent now. He would say whatever he wanted to say. He also wiped his tears just now. He was too emotional. Now that he thought about it, his eyes were still wet. He was in a dilemma. In the past, the Li family Zhuangzi skills were too much. He could not catch up with the craftsmen he found. Now he was telling you right in front of you that he was cheating, but you could not figure out what the problem was. What benefit to the common people? Naturally, we should agree. Song Jing habitually found trouble with Li Yi. He wanted to say, what does it have to do with the commoners? Suddenly, he saw a noble consort lose gaze and immediately changed his words. Noble consort Lu raised her majesty. She not only fed her, but also taught her how to survive. Chapter 21:18. Li Yi ate in small mouthfuls, but the old monk opposite him ate quickly and in big mouthfuls. He was not afraid of choking. After the old monk finished eating, he said, Namo Amit Ba, and climbed down the ladder. Li Yi, are you leaving? Didn't you say that you would change people from this morning to tomorrow morning? You don't want to talk about the Diamond Sutra? The old monk landed on the ground and gulped down a mouthful of water. He wiped his chest, and it seemed that he really choked. Li Yi shouted worriedly, Did you go down? If not, I'll do it. Don't worry, with me here you won't die. Thank you, almsgiverly, I'm fine. The old monk drank another mouthful of water and replied loudly. Then who's coming up? Li Yi asked. Today, after hearing almsgiverly talk about the Diamond Sutra, we learned a lot. We should think carefully and comprehend it. It's inconvenient to talk about other sutras. Another monk told Li Yi that they were not playing anymore. The other monks were packing up and looked like they were leaving. Li Yi was stunned. What about the Taoist priest? I'll wait until it's dark. A Taoist priest said, You should have said so earlier. I'll go down and eat. The wind is really strong. If I don't eat well, I'll get a stomachache. Li Yi finished muttering. He put the food he had just eaten back into the basket and picked it up himself. He tidied up his clothes. There were 2 transparent strings in total, one on the left and one on the right to maintain balance. There were also small wheels in the clothes. He walked back to the surface step by step. The string was not connected to the yacht, so he could not go back. He landed on the surface and stepped on the glass column of the small underwater submersible below to walk back to the yacht. Everyone watched from the screen or the scene, but they were still confused. How did he do it? Li Yi boarded the yacht. Princess Yongmu took the basket and took it to the table to take out the things. Dr. Li, come again tonight. When people talk about you, do you represent Taoism or Buddhism? Sima Qingjin came forward and asked expectantly. He hoped that Li Yi would represent Taoism. I represent the country, Li Yi said solemnly with his chest out. It was not easy to represent the country. In the past, he could only represent one county. He was the representative of the county. He could represent the county by providing jobs and donating money. In fact, he couldn't represent the county to do anything. When there was a need to vote, his vote would be counted. If he had to represent the county to discuss cooperation with someone, it wouldn't be his turn. Right now, he represented the Tang dynasty. The imperial court allowed it, and the people who knew him were also willing to be represented. Oh, Sima Qingjin revealed a disappointed expression. It seemed like Li Yi did not want to pick a side. No matter which family it is, it should be beneficial to the country and the people. If it's unfavorable, the edge of the sword will be sharp. Li Yi did not stand on ceremony with Sima Qingjin. Let me tell you, I will definitely kill those who deserve to be killed. Sima Qingjin hurriedly lowered his head. That's how it should be. Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against Li Yi. He still hadn't figured out whether Li Yi was a real immortal or not. As long as Li Yi did not represent Buddhism, he felt much more at ease. Li Yi sat at the table. Li Longji was there. He also ate a jianbing fruit. Brother Yi, did you lose a lot this time? Not much, but I gained a lot. It will be cold in a few days. Even if it doesn't snow, I can still make artificial snow at the hot spring in Xiaoluanan village. Li Yi shook his head gently and happily talked about how to use the equipment he exchanged. Li Longji's expression relaxed. It was good to be able to make up for it. Brother, he was pretending to be an immortal. Can you make ice? Princess Yongmu put the jianbing fruit that Li Yi took a few bites on the stove to heat it up. No, the ice maker. I only took it out to enjoy in Zhuangzi. There's no need to store ice in winter, and saltpeter is even more useless. There are medical ones in the hospital, but they're not big and don't have many uses. I'll change it out. After that, it can condense water into ice. We've worked hard for the Tang dynasty, so we should enjoy it. Li Yi decided to change the ice maker alone. He did not need the hospital's ice maker. The hospital had a cold storage, so it was not a problem to produce ice. If the hospital's equipment was used in other areas, it would be easily contaminated. Could the equipment used to preserve blood be used to freeze meat? It could only be used for special purposes. Xiao Lan finished heating the soup and brought it to Li Yi. Luoyang is not suitable to store ice in winter. If we can make ice, it will be beneficial to the people. She found a reason. Not only could she enjoy ice, but did the people not want it? Even if it could not solve the needs of the people, it was still better than nothing. Li Yi agreed that's also true. When we return, put it in Zhuangzi. When the second railway is laid, ice will be transported from the capital to Hunan. Li Yi was reminded that Luoyang's winter was special. In most areas, the cold days were short. It could not be said that there would be ice bricks even if it was minus 20 degrees Celsius today. It was not built in a day. However, there were many people in the capital. The people took ice from the river, separated it with straw, and sent it to Luoyang by train. Li Longji's eyes lit up very good. Transporting it in winter will reduce the losses on the road. Make an ice house outside Luoyang and store it until summer for the officials of Hunan. In the two capitals, the officials can enjoy the emperor's grace and work for the people with peace of mind. Zhang Shuo and the other officials of Hunan who were 5 or 6 tables away were overjoyed. Song Jing snorted coldly. If you do not do well, you will be punished the same as the officials of the capital. He reminded them, don't just be happy. After receiving benefits from the emperor and Li Yi, if you commit a crime again, you will be arranged to be on the operating table in the hospital. Currently, they could not bear to behead or be hanged. There was no value in being dead. If they did not die after a few rounds of practice, they would be arranged to line up the cannons. If they were injured, they would be able to lie on the operating table. The officials who had just revealed a smile lowered their heads. Sigh. It was getting harder and harder to be an official. Songda hurried to Li Yi's side. Dongzhu, there are people asking if they can ask for a set of crepes to bring home. He didn't say he would pay. Go asked. Some people said that they would pay, but were stopped by other people. The people said that talking about money in front of Li Dongzhu is a humiliation. Songda replied, giving face to Baigu. Tell them that there will be a stall at night. Do they really think I can change? Li Yi agreed. If the people wanted a set of crepes, their small wish would be fulfilled. After all, it was not his stall. Songda retreated and told the people to wait for a while. Dongzhu had used up too much of his mana and needed to recover. Why did the Taoist priests insist on holding it at night? Baigu had another question. Li Yi ate and did not answer. If he chatted with you, the soup would turn cold. It was not good to keep it warm. Yi Fashion at the next table spoke. I asked someone to tell them that Li Yi wants the people to see his performance. They understood the meaning behind it. Yi Fashion did not need to hide or lie. He was the one who revealed the news. The people only wanted to see Li Yi's performance. The Taoist priests had prepared so much. Since there was no Buddhist one, there had to be one. Let's see what they can do. If it's good, we can arrange a bigger one during the New Year to celebrate with the people. Li Longji felt that it was a good idea. The Taoist priests would participate in the decorations during the New Year. Li Yi finished his meal and returned to his room to sleep. He was preparing for the night. Then he took half of the property of the temples in Hunan province and used it on the people. It was more cost-effective than spending money to buy it himself. Some of the temples were located in the streets of Luoyang Palace and occupied a large area. Brothers and sisters who are capable, please subscribe to Qijian. Thank you. The farmers bowed. Chapter 2119. Woo, woo, rumble, a small train came over, bringing along some commoners. Another group of commoners went home to take a look and came back at night. They had not gotten the jianbing fruit yet, so they had to get it. When the newcomers heard that they were going to get the jianbing fruit, they regretted coming late and ate one less. The people from Pyeongkong Square, Sigong Square, and Pear Garden continued to make up for the break. They were very grateful to the monks from Hunan province, who left the stage but did not leave. They gave them a chance to perform. With the big screen, people who performed far away could not see it. No matter how big the scene was, people could not see far away if they wanted to. They could see the big scene from above, but they could not see the person's appearance. The big screen had many camera angles. It would show a close-up view and then a distant view. There were even split screens, main and secondary screens, and the image would gradually overlap and blur. It was said that they would record it and show it to others in the future. Sister Xinyan, can you still record the image? Sigong Square's top hostess, Zi Qi, asked softly while looking at the big screen during the break. Yes, I can. Back then, when Li Family Zhuangzi performed at Li Family Zhuangzi, I could still watch it. But at that time, there were only water screens. Xinyan's eyes were bright. She liked the big screens now. They were hung in the air and were clearer than water screens. More people could see it. Zi Qi's eyes turned. If I have a song or a dance, can I record it? Even if I have to spend money, I can let others know. I'm afraid it's impossible. Why would Li Dongzhu set up a scene for one person? Xinyan shook her head lightly. The scene was too big. If it was not for this, why would he use it? It's better to ask, right? What if it works? Zi Qi was not willing to give up and urged Xinyan. Xinyan smiled and looked at her. Just as she was about to refuse, she changed her mind and nodded. Let's go take a look before dinner. She knew that Zi Qi wanted to get in touch with Li Yi. She wanted to find an opportunity to bring her there and let her know what kind of person Li Yi was. The performance continued. The people from Pear Garden not only sang and danced, but they also performed crosstalk, which was talking. There were also acrobatics and magic. The acrobatics performance was thrilling. There were no protective measures. When performing in the air, there would be people below. This was a type of human defense, and the combination was especially ingenious. It didn't feel like it was a human defense. However, once the people above made a mistake and fell down, they would discover that there were people below performing in a position that could easily cause trouble. Moreover, there were several of them. These people took action and caught the person who fell from above. At the same time, they also moved this person to perform. It felt as if everything had been arranged beforehand. The people below had a tacit understanding. If a person fell from a height of several zhang, they would definitely be able to catch him. Usually, he would use a gunny sack to make it look like an adult and store sand and wood shavings. The weight was about the same. When it was Li Yi's turn, there were children who fell from the 5th or 6th floor. When they went on stage, they were accurate one after another. There were no problems due to insufficient preparation. It was not easy to perform acrobatics in the pear garden. Even if they made a mistake, they could not let others see it immediately. His Majesty and the others were very happy to see this. It was like celebrating noble consort Lu's birthday and performing. Falling down and scaring noble consort Lu was absolutely not allowed. If it was more serious and he fell to his death, wouldn't he be the one celebrating his birthday? Therefore, in this acrobatic performance, a large group of people were moving around. When the person fell down, they would swing one after another and then step on someone's shoulder to run away. It looked like it was purposely designed. And now, those who went on stage to perform the illusion were so moved that they were about to cry. They were most afraid that the big screen would show the position of their hiding technique. In the end, every time the key point was about to be exposed, the camera would always change in advance. Wasn't this a coincidence? Wasn't this a coincidence? The commoners were shocked. They knew that this was fake, but they could not tell. As for Li Dongzhu's performance, it was the work of a deity and could not be compared. The people performing the illusion hated that they could not find the person who was in charge of the scene and hug him to kiss him. The sun gradually set in the west. Before the sky turned dark, it was dinner time. Xian brought Zi Qi to look for Li Yi. A group of orioles and swallows followed them. They had changed their makeup. The previous performance required heavy makeup. Otherwise, the stage effect would not be good. When we see Li Dongzhu, we have to put on light makeup. Li Dongzhu does not like to see heavy makeup. It has nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. He always says that it is best not to put on makeup. Xian explained. They asked for an audience below the yacht. After getting permission, some women from the special forces came to search them. Xian also could not hide. Li Yi could trust her. Princess Yongmu's guards did not care too much. If there was a problem, they would be unlucky. When everyone saw Li Yi, the people from Xigong Square looked at Xian. When Li Yi was waiting for dinner, he was drawing Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's eyebrows. He also had mascara. The blush has to be gradual. Both of your skin is good, so there is no need for thick foundation. Just a thin layer and your skin will naturally be tight. The lip line needs to be transitional. Try to be as close to the original color of your lips as possible. Also, don't use lip gloss. Li Yi spoke as he drew. His technique was very professional. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan finished drawing their eyes. When they blinked, it gave people the feeling that their eyes were moving. Xian, you are here? Take a seat first. It will be done soon. The main thing is the transition between the neck and the face. At night, due to the influence of the light, the neck will be darker than the face. Therefore, we will add some light powder at the transition. It is cold at night, so we cannot wear off-shoulder dresses. The ones wrapped around the shoulders will set off and reflect the light. If the color is too dark, it will not look good at night. If the color is too light, it will light up the neck and make the face look darker. What should we do? Let's wear a low-cut dress and then wear a pearl necklace. This way, the reflection effect of the dress will be weaker and the skin will be brighter because of the pearls. The shoulder position of the dress will be willow. It will depend on the hairstyle. Right now, the hairstyle. Li Yi greeted them and continued to put on makeup for Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. Even the clothes and hairstyle were arranged. Xian sighed. She knew that some things were impossible. She had come into contact with many things in the past, but she still felt jealous. At this moment, Li Yi in front of her understood women better than women. When he was putting on makeup, he actually put his fingers together and his voice became gentle. In this world, other than giving birth, is there anything you don't know? Looking at Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan's blissful faces, it already explained everything. With such a man, there was no need for her to do her hair and apply makeup to the mirror. The man could do it all by himself. Li Yi was very immersed in it. His voice and posture had changed. He was used to it. In the past, he sold medical equipment and had to come into contact with the people in the committee. Among them, there were women. He had to discuss all kinds of perfumes, cosmetics, clothes, bags, makeup, hairstyles, jewelry with them. Most of the male makeup artists were more feminine. He had to learn it. It was not easy. The things in Wen Tianlan Pavilion were all designed by him. He was very familiar with it. Today he was happy, so he temporarily acted as a makeup artist to make Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan happy. When he finished, he brought 2 people in to change clothes. When they came out, the eyes of the women, including noble consort Lu, Princess Yongmu's mother, Empress Wang, and so on, lit up. Chapter 2120. Everyone, I have a class. I'll show it to you later. When Tian and Xiaolan are surrounded. Tao Hong, take a step back. What's your number again? Oh, number 2, I know, don't pout. I'll teach you, don't be anxious. Third brother, help me. Madam Mu, don't worry, I'll teach you first. Old man Mu, do you want to learn too? Li Yi hurriedly stopped them, especially those who wanted to reach out their hands. You guys ruined my Wen Tian and Xiaolan's makeup. I have to fix it again. When everyone heard Li Yi's words, they stepped back. This was the first time they saw Li Yi doing makeup for others. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were already beautiful. After putting on makeup, they looked like fairies. How did he match their clothes? There was also jewelry, a pearl necklace, which made people look dazzling. Brother Yi, is this skill easy to learn? Li Longji looked at Xiaolan and asked, It's easy to learn, don't stare at my Xiaolan. Li Yi stood in front of Li Longji. I'm looking at her makeup. Li Longji nodded. I've never thought about it. But how did Xiaolan become so beautiful all of a sudden? Third brother, I think they will choose Tao Te Ching tonight. Those who know others are wise. The winner is strong, and the winner is strong. Li warned. I don't believe you. You can even get my daughter-in-law. Be careful, I'll get angry, and let the little guy ascend the throne now. Brother Yi is right. Those who win are strong. Li Longji nodded vigorously. Those who can overcome their weaknesses are the strong. One of his weaknesses is that he likes beautiful women. But after such a long time, he didn't have any more women. He was afraid that Brother Yi would be unhappy. These women are enough. The Tang dynasty is the foundation. Li Yi looked at Li Longji and felt that this matter was related to Yang Guifei. For example, Wen Tian's mother is Lu Jiu. Li Longji heard that the famous prostitute Jiaochen was beautiful. At that time, Jiaochen was Lu Qiwu's woman. Jiaochen rejected Li Longji. Li Longji did not insist and found a way out. In the end, it was considered a marriage alliance. Lu Jiu entered the palace. Li Longji took another step back, but he still looked at Xiaolan. He looked at Xiaolan curiously. Xiaolan had an oval-shaped face, but after putting on makeup and wearing that pearl necklace, her chin seemed a little rounder. She was especially cute. How did she do it? In the Tang dynasty, oval-shaped faces and pointy chins were not popular because they did not look round enough. During Li Yi's time, some of the female celebrities were actually quite pretty, but those who had a slightly rounder chin would choose to sharpen it to make it pointy. This was not for the people of his country. It was for the Westerners. The Westerners liked this. Xiaolan's chin was a little sharp, but after Li Yi cleaned it up, it actually became round. Li Longji felt that it was magical. He even wanted to touch it to see if it was really round, but he didn't dare. If Brother Yi misunderstood, it would be troublesome. Xianyan and the rest were also not far away. They were more concerned about the tools Li Yi used when he put on makeup. That box, there were many brushes and brushes in it. Xianyan had a makeup box given by Li Yi, but she could not draw such an effect. Zi Qi anxiously touched Xianyan's waist secretly. Hurry up, let's talk about serious matters. Li Dongzhu, can we use that thing that records images and voices? Xianyan asked. You can't use it alone. If you want to use it, you can find the sisters to rehearse. You can record it at the best time. First, we will focus on military songs. Li Yi thought for a moment and looked at Xianyan and the other Zhuangzi's Nanchu's big shots. He did not even look at those from Sigong Square. Li Dongzhu, I have a dance, I want to. Zi Qi took a step forward. Without waiting for her to finish, Li Yi nodded lightly. When we are free, we will discuss with Xianyan's big shots. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Zi Qi pushed him back and did not dare to say anything more. She was not stupid and knew how to read people's expressions. We shouldn't eat too much salt and oily food at night. Tonight, they will be preparing for the performance. If there is a break in the middle, I hope that all of you can fill in the gaps. Today, there are rice noodles, spicy noodles. You can't eat spicy noodles. You can choose from them. Among the meat dishes, there is less fat and more lean meat. The main dish is duck meat. The soup is quail soup and not chicken soup. It is fresher. Li Yi was still talking to Xianyan. He had seen this kind of scene many times in the past. It was not important who Xianyan brought. Xianyan was the main character. It was not their turn to meet her for the first time. In the past, when he was looking for someone from the committee, the person who introduced him was also valued by the other party. He could only stay at the side and smile. The other party would not contact him alone and had to go through the middleman. You might not know, but the middleman's status is higher than the committee. It's just that the position of the other party's family is limited. This is the rule. You cannot go around the middleman. Today, you went around the middleman. Tomorrow, do you want to go around the local committee? Sister Xianyan, Li Lang made braised ribbon fish for me and Xiaolan. Do you want to eat it? It's very fragrant. Princess Yongmu said to Xianyan that their relationship was very good. What about the ribbon fish? Let's eat it. Li Lang's dishes are the most fragrant. Xianyan was happy. In an instant, Zi Qi and the others understood that the current Li Dongzhu was different from the Li Dongzhu who was drawing eyebrows earlier. Zi Qi secretly looked at Princess Yongmu and then looked at Xianyan. She finally understood that the other party was not stupid and was instigated by her to come here. The other party was too confident. He brought them here to let them know the difference in status. In a peaceful atmosphere, dinner started. It was indeed braised ribbon fish. The ribbon fish was in the middle. The head and tail were not seen. It was very clean and was not bitter at all. The stomach and intestines were all cleaned. The staple food was big rice cakes made of indica rice. Indica rice steamed rice had no tendons and was not delicious. It was different when it was made into rice cakes. Xianyan knew how to be a person. She had already shown her status and did not need to suppress the people of Sigongfang. She gave Zi Qi a look. With this look, Zi Qi was very grateful. She said, Sister Xiaolan, where did the head and tail go? She did not dare to speak to Princess Yongmu. Her etiquette was not bad at all. The top restaurant of Sigongfang had its reasons. It was stewed together. In the end, the bones were stewed until they were soft. Eat it when it's cold. There's fish jelly. Xiaolan's innocent look told others that she looked harmless at this moment. She was definitely not the same as when she was helping Princess True Jade and Princess Jincheng to teach them. Is it delicious? Zi Qi asked truthfully. She had never eaten it before. The taste is different. I put a lot of seasonings in the stew to suppress the fishy smell. It's best to drink it and eat it. It's not suitable to eat it. Xiaolan raised her hand and shook it. No, I can't eat it well. Li did not say anything. He ate his own food. After eating a few mouthfuls of fish, he took a bite of the rice cake. He did not care who interacted with Xiaolan. Xiaolan had accompanied and protected Wen Tian all the way until she grew up. To be able to do this in the palace, he did not want to be enemies with the other party. She had fought her way up from a young age. How could she be schemed against by others? Then Li Yi used his chopsticks to remove the bones of a piece of fish and put it on Xiaolan's plate. Eat quickly. Xiaolan responded happily and lowered her head to eat the meat. Chapter 21:21. The Taoists were preparing and did not have time to eat. They knew that the task was difficult. They wanted to make Her Majesty and the commoners feel comfortable. Ordinary methods were not enough. Fortunately, they had prepared beforehand. Otherwise, the people who were watching the show would be very powerful. They did not pay attention to the monks. The monks had not used their methods yet. The monks had the illusion skills from the western region. In the end, it rained, and the second time was during the day. However, those methods were performed by the people of the pear garden. The small-scale and large-scale fish dragon show were not used. How are we going to live in the future? A little Taoist boy was carefully checking the ropes. Why don't we go down the mountain to study and become an official in the future? His companion beside him had lost confidence in the future. We should have directly asked Dr. Li for the books. They insisted on looking for Bai Zaifu. The Taoist boy from before muttered, "Someone is playing dirty tricks behind our backs. Didn't you hear what Master said? 10% tax becomes half tax and half of the property. Sai, the temples of the capital government pay taxes. They have a lot of books. When they come to our place, the books they send are few, and we have to copy them ourselves. Why should we pay taxes? That's right. It's because we heard this that we were fooled." The two Taoist boys revealed the cause of the matter. It was because of the books printed by Princess Jinxian. Every once in a while, Li family Zhuangzi would send printing paper and ink to Princess Jinxian. Princess Jinxian would then find someone to print the books. Most of the printed books were left in the capital government. When the people of Hunan province came, or the people of the capital government went over, they would bring some with them. There were very few books in Hunan province. Those who got the books felt like they were being given alms. Those who did not get the books had to copy them themselves. Why should they pay the same taxes? Under the instigation of some people, everyone went to Baigu to discuss. They actually wanted the books, but did not say it out loud. Some people were watching the show from behind, waiting for the matter to blow up. Now that the matter has blown up, Li Yi did not lose anything. Instead, he gained something. Let's go. If there's nothing else, let's go back and eat rice noodles. The Taoist boy who spoke later called out to his companions. They also had rice noodles given by Li Yi, including chili oil. However, their master put the chili oil away in the name of the show. It would not be easy for them to eat it in the future. Xinyan had not eaten any chili oil yet. They had a performance to perform. If the spiciness reached their throats, they would be in big trouble. Ziqi continued to talk to Xiaolan. I heard that someone is playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, trying to provoke a conflict between the imperial court and Buddhism. Xiaolan ate a rice noodle and wiped her mouth. I know. Before we reached Luoyang, someone had already started. However, those people didn't expect this to happen, Ziqi continued. Xiaolan took a sip of orange-flavored cold soda. Because there's one step missing. The monks and Taoists will speak first, and then the hooligans, wanderers, and gangs will follow suit and incite the people. At this point, Xiaolan smiled and stopped talking. However, the others understood that the people who should have helped had already been dealt with when the team arrived. There was no chance for them to react at all. That was quite dangerous. Ziqi patted her chest. No one can make a fuss in front of Li Lang. How many people in this world are not afraid of death? People who are really willing to risk their lives are guarding the Tang dynasty at the border. Xiaolan pursed her lips and looked down on the hooligans. Although they bullied the people, sometimes they even fought with each other, killing people and breaking their arms and legs. They were brave and fierce. Otherwise, why didn't they fight with their lives when the winged knights and the 16 guards captured them? They knew that they could run away, but if they were caught, they would have a chance to live. If they dared to resist, they would be killed on the spot. Sinyan picked up a quail egg. When this is over, we will go and arrange the military songs and dances. We will record it. We can ask the rich to spend money to watch it first. The money will be used on the soldiers at the border. It's getting cold. The soldiers should wear more clothes to avoid frostbite. The people from Pyongkong Square nodded. Yes, continue to support the border. Even if the situation in Tubo and the later Turkic Khaganate was temporarily stable, there were still the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate and Sulu from the Tuchi Shur. Take care of them so that they can continue to earn money from the foreigners. Okay, it will be better than the previous water screen recordings. Li said. This time he had exchanged many things that could be used. The people from Pyongkong Square revealed happy expressions. The people from Sigong Square also laughed. Not long after, they finished eating. The three of them shared a bowl and did not dare to eat too much. When they left, each of them brought a makeup box that was given by Shaolon. The sky gradually turned dark. The pear garden sent people to ask the Taoists if they were going to go on stage. The Taoists said that they could continue. They would wait for the moon. Hence, the people from the pear garden, Pyongkong Square, and Sigong Square happily performed. They liked this job. Even the children who had been learning since young and could not go on stage temporarily went on stage. They ran to the audience to perform. Usually they would perform close-up magic. If they messed up, they would not cry. They would change to another location and perform the same mistake again. After all, no one would recognize them. The moon slowly rose. At around 21 p.m., the Taoists saw that the moon was high and started to prepare. The Taoists appeared. Li Yi was ready. Everyone had to go on stage to discuss Taoism. Li Yi finally organized and explained the Tao Te Ching. Li Yi always thought that the Tao Te Ching was better than Buddhist scriptures. Buddhist scriptures had too much nonsense and even introduced characters. When introducing a character, there would be a bunch of adjectives. Buddhist scriptures were more suitable to be discussed. A group of audience listened to the story. When Buddha appeared, there were many other Buddhas. When they appeared, the sky changed, etc. The Tao Te Ching was not. It went straight to the main point. There was no artistry. The commentator could not tell the story. There was no plot. A white-haired Taoist stood out. He held an 8 trigrams mirror in his hand. The lens was aimed at the 8 trigrams mirror. The other parts of the mirror were bright and reflected the light. He looked at a big screen. The 8 trigrams mirror in his hand was aimed at the moon. He looked and looked. The reflected moonlight did not seem to be useful. Just as the Taoists behind him were getting anxious, a ray of light shone on the 8 trigrams mirror. There was a reflection. An 8 trigrams mirror appeared on the big screen. He muttered something, raised his hand and shouted, "Expand!" The 8 trigrams mirror flew up to the sky. The other camera followed suit. The light continued to shine. The 8 trigrams mirror began to expand and fall. The 8 trigrams mirror changed from the size of a soup bowl to the size of pot. He looked at the screen and frowned. At this moment, the camera changed from a close-up to a distant view. It happened not to be aimed at the top of the 8 trigrams mirror. It could not be aimed. If it was, it would be exposed. The Taoist's eyebrows relaxed. He muttered something. He jumped up and landed on the 8 trigrams mirror in front of him. The camera changed again. It was tilted to the side. The camera flashed past his feet. It mainly focused on his silhouette. The 8 trigrams mirror carried the Taoist up to the stage. The camera changed back and forth, making the Taoist look like an immortal. There was no sign of the thin rope hanging from the 8 trigrams mirror. There was no sign of the 8 trigrams mirror being stepped on. When the other Taoists saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. This thing that placed people on the screen was very intelligent. The Taoist went up to the stage. He muttered something and shouted, "Retract!" The 8 trigrams mirror shrunk. He picked it up and looked at the screen. Just like before, the camera was facing his 8 trigrams mirror. Chapter 21-22. Good. Good. One more. Whoosh! The people were cheering and applauding. This was a good appearance, better than the previous one by the monks. Look, we Taoists are still the best. The 8 trigrams mirror can be as big as you want, and it can even fly people. The Buddhists must have some tricks up their sleeves when it rained that day. What does it have to do with the rain? How did Li Dongzhu fly? 10,000 Buddhas. Li Dongzhu is real and they are fake. Li Dongzhu is not an immortal. What should we do when an immortal returns to the immortal court? Yes, Li Dongzhu is fake. Li Dongzhu wants to stay in the mortal world. He won't go back. It's not that he won't go back, but there is no immortal palace. No, there is no immortal palace, no underworld. Li Dongzhu has never defeated an infernal judge. The people discussed animatedly. At the same time, they turned to look in the direction of the Tang dynasty's cruiser. It was Li Dongzhu's turn. The big screen showed Li Yi's figure on the top floor of the yacht, wearing a white coat. The person on the screen raised his head slightly and looked at the moon. He didn't do anything, but he just flew toward the moon. He flew farther and farther, higher and higher. At the same time, his mouth opened and closed, and a voice came out. It's better to hold it than to hold it. It's better to hold it sharp than to keep it safe. It's better to guard it than to keep it safe. It's better to be proud than to be rich. It's better to retire than to succeed. What do you mean? Some people didn't understand. It's over. Li Dongzhu is going back to the immortal palace. It's better to retire than to succeed, someone explained. The people around were anxious and shouted, Li Dongzhu, don't go home. Stay here. Li Dongzhu, don't go. Li Dongzhu, we'll help you kill the monks and Taoists. We won't let them make you angry. Li Dongzhu, you don't want us anymore. More and more people were shouting, and their voices finally converged into, Li Dongzhu, don't go back to the immortal palace. We'll kill the monks and Taoists. Li Longji had already heard it. He raised his head and looked at the sky, feeling nervous. Could it be that he had really left? What should I do? What about the Tang dynasty? At this moment, Li Yi's voice rang out again. Those who oppose Tao move. Those who are weak use Tao. All things in the world are born from being, and being is born from nothingness. Sigh. Between life and nothingness, the transition is impermanent. As he spoke, he pointed down from the sky, and the figure in the moon instantly disappeared. The camera panned over to the high platform. Li Yi sat there with a smile on his face as he looked at the Taoist priest who was staring at him. Wow, the commoners were in an uproar. This was even more impressive than the previous 2 appearances. The first was to fly, the second was to walk on air, and now the third was to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. When they shouted out, the commoners were relieved. It turned out that Li Dongzhu was not leaving and was only flying in the sky for a while. Then what did he mean when he said that he would retire after achieving success? Some people were puzzled. Dr. Li, I'm nameless. The Taoist priest bowed. Li did not move. Nameless? I named a monk Wu Xiang, and you want to copy him? After bowing, the Taoist priest looked at Li Yi. Return the bow. Li Yi, if one is virtuous but not virtuous, then one is virtuous. If one is virtuous but not virtuous, then one is not virtuous. Therefore, after losing the Tao comes virtue. After losing virtue comes benevolence. After losing benevolence comes righteousness. And after losing righteousness comes propriety. The etiquette of the husband is the least loyal and the most chaotic. He told the other party that the reason why he saluted was because he was immoral, heartless, and immoral. Today we are going to talk about the sacred text of Taoism, so we must follow this rule. Tomorrow we won't talk about it. When you and I meet, I will return the gift to you. That's all right. The Taoist priest was stunned. Are you serious? Aren't we just putting on an act? We'll pay the taxes later and give you half of the property? He thought for a moment, then bluntly said, Dr. Li advised me to retire after I've succeeded. But I haven't succeeded. How can I retire? As he spoke, his 8 trigrams mirror shone again, and the camera immediately followed. If he did not have such good timing, his performance would not have been perfect. The screen flashed again, and the Taoist pointed behind Li Yi. On the other side of the mountain, 3 Taoists flew up as if they were stepping on the moon. They flew in the sky with the moon as the background. The camera continued to follow, so fast and accurate that there was no need for advance notice. Some of the people looked at the screen, while others looked at the people in the sky. Baigu looked at the people outside the screen with his binoculars. You've put in a lot of effort, don't break. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw one of the 3 people in the sky falling down, his hands and feet flailing wildly. Ah! Li Yi was shocked. He stood up and pointed behind him. From where he was, countless images of his body were connected. When the last image reached the Taoist priest who fell down, the light shone brightly. The light dissipated, and the Taoist priest on the screen flew over again, his hands and feet flailing wildly. The Taoist priest, who called himself Nameless, stood up and swallowed his saliva. His face was full of nervousness. Why did it break? The 2 people who slipped, flew down, landed on the stage. They looked at their companions with worry. Li Yi paused for a moment, then said, The book is the time to preach the Tao. The book giver is the time to preach the Tao. The Tao is the mystery of all things, the treasure of the good, and the protection of the bad. Sin to avoid evil, so the world is precious. Accompanied by his voice, light and shadow lingered. The 3rd person, who slowly adjusted his posture and flew over, landed on the stage, and the light flashed again. Without the light and shadow, it would not work. The drone was caught over there, so everyone could not see the drone. The Taoist priest looked at his companions and saw that they were fine. He pondered over Li Yi's words and was in a good mood. He said that he did not succeed, and Li Yi told him to give him books and preach the Tao, just like the temples in the capital, and to print more books. Moreover, Li Yi had forgiven them for their mistakes this time. This was what it meant to avoid evil if one sinned. The Taoist priest beside him calmed down and looked at Li Yi gratefully. He thought that he would fall to his death, but when the light shone, he was caught by something. He was caught in several places. There was a buzzing sound, and he was brought over. That was close. On the other side, Baigu was in a daze. He held the binoculars and frowned. There was a look of regret on his face. Long Zhe, at this moment you can't make jokes. Song Jing was also frightened. It was inauspicious for people to fall to their death. Just now he heard Baigu's words, and then someone fell. He did not like people from various sects to be governors, but it did not mean that he did not believe in this. It's all thanks to Zhu Yi that everyone was safe during this lecture. Xiao Yi can now move to another place in a flash. Baigu thanked Li Yi, but at the same time he was puzzled. Xiao Yi's means were already so terrifying. If he asked him for money in the future, would he disappear in the blink of an eye? It was worrying. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were secretly laughing. They both knew the situation. Li Lang was covered with a cloth, and the cloth could simulate some scenes and reflect them on the stage in advance. The one with the moon in the sky was fake. With a special projection technology, they could see the same as the real person with the binoculars. As for saving people after that, was it not easy to use light and shadow? Even the 10,000 Buddhas had it. The drone had a grappling hook, and it could catch people with one grab. Didn't you see all kinds of lights start to flash? It just did not let you see clearly. Of course, these things were the means of immortals, and others did not have them. Yuan, you have to protect him. Li Longji went in front of his daughter. Li Lang will not leave, Princess Yongmu said confidently. Find a chance to, Li Longji really did not know how to say it. It's not polite. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. Didn't you hear what he said? Disloyalty is followed by politeness. Loyalty is weak and chaos is the first. Politeness is the last. Li Longji found a reason. Chapter 21-23. No matter how the people changed, what they saw today could only be described with one word: satisfying. Yu Huaid and the others felt that the ticket price was too low. They should add a zero to it. Those who advertised and the rich families in Hunan province had no choice but to fork out the money. Now they felt that it was worth it. Their position was the most convenient for them to watch the big screen. They were close to the two high platforms. Tonight was a battle between immortals. During the battle, one of them fell down due to lack of magical power, but Li Dongzhu rescued him. They saw it with their own eyes. Everything was right in front of them. It turned out that the Buddhism of the Tang dynasty was really capable, and Li Dongzhu was a true god. The rumors that Li Dongzhu slapped the king of hell, punched the judge, and kicked the black and white impermanents were all true. No wonder the retired emperor, his majesty, and the chancellor stayed in the Li family, Zhuangzi, all day long. If they could stay there, they would also stay there. In a private room, a rich person who was unfamiliar to others spoke at this time. It is said that Princess Yongmu is the reincarnation of an immortal. At that time, she was together with Li Dongzhu in the Heavenly Palace. After the battle in the Heavenly Palace, Princess Yongmu unfortunately fell. Li Dongzhu used a supreme immortal technique to reverse the universe and let Princess Yongmu reincarnate into the human world. When Li Dongzhu pacified the heavens, he would descend to the human world to search for her. He was willing to live in the mortal world. Really? Someone asked. If you have a conclusion in your heart, why ask me again? Then does Princess Yongmu know? Can she remember the past? So what if she remembers? So what if she can't remember? That's true. Anyway, when they were immortals, Li Dongzhu was still so good to Princess Yongmu when he was immortal. Aya, hurry up and tell Li Dongzhu to stop using his supernatural power. Otherwise, what if the Heavenly Palace finds out and summons him back? He pacified the Heavenly Palace. Who dares to provoke him? That's right, everyone said. It wouldn't be long before the rumor of the immortal reincarnation spread. The more it spread, the more amazing it became. Love stories were never short of topics to talk about. This was how the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai came about. This was also how Ming Jiangnu came about. There was also the cowherd and the weaver girl. As for the legend of the white snake, there was no flood in Luoyang, nor were there any large snakes in the water. As they spoke, the nameless Taoist on the stage continued. He had already set up the scene. If he didn't take it out and use it, wouldn't it be a pity? He first looked at the fellow Taoist who had fallen down and was rescued. The other party nodded, indicating that there was no problem. He raised his head and looked at Li Yi. The reason why Jianghai can be called the King of the 100 Valleys is because it is kind and benevolent. It is because the saint does not care about the people and does not harm the people. Because it does not compete, no one can compete with it. He's fighting back, but we're also citizens. You're making us feel very uneasy right now. How can you be unrivaled in this world? Since words alone were not enough, he had to resort to other means. As he spoke, he raised the 8 trigrams mirror. The other 3 fellow Taoists also took out smaller 8 trigrams mirrors. The 4 8 trigrams mirrors moved forward. A ray of light flashed, bringing with it some smoke. They merged together and formed an even bigger 8 trigrams mirror. Then, Nameless raised the 8 trigrams mirror high and turned around to face a place behind him. A beam of light shone over there. As he moved, the beam of light moved with him. He immediately turned around and used the 8 trigrams mirror to look at the camera. The camera turned white and nothing could be seen. After a few breaths, the camera returned to normal. A river that was more than 3 feet wide and a few hundred feet long appeared at the place where the beam of light had shone. One end of the river was connected to the underground, while the other end was between the mountains. There were people fishing and angling on the river. The people who fished were all hooked. Wow! The people were in an uproar. A river suddenly appeared. They stood up. Li Longji was shocked. If he didn't know about Brother Yi's methods, he would have made Nameless the state protector at this moment. He looked at Li Yi and thought he's going too far. Can you do it? Li Yi seemed to have sensed something. He nodded slightly and said, Kindness is like water. Water benefits all things but does not compete. It treats the evil of people. Therefore it is similar to the Tao. Things are good. Actions are good. He didn't move. An image flew out as if his soul had left his body. He pointed at the void in the sky, and a map of Luoyang appeared. This small river was included in the map. The figure drew another line on the river with his finger, all the way to the Luo River. After he finished, he opened his hand and suddenly clenched it into a fist. There was a rumbling sound. The end of the river, that was a few hundred feet long all the way to the Luo River, collapsed. The river had passed. Wow! The people were in an uproar. Some of them jumped around to watch. Some of them carried their children on their shoulders. The Taoist priests were all dumbfounded. They knew what was going on. They found an underground river in the mountains. After digging it out, they could walk on the ground. Then they dug again to let the water return to the underground river. They had already dug the ground and used other things to cover it. It looked the same as the ground. After the light shone, they quickly removed the cover and pulled the boat in with a rope. What was this? They had dug the place for themselves. No one else had come. They didn't see the small spy drones. They had started to put explosives from below. They had directly turned the underground river into a surface river. In the future, this river would exist unless the water above was gone. Ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed without caring about his image. Awesome. He had been frightened when he saw the Taoist priests painting the ground into a river. A river that was nearly 10,000 feet long had suddenly appeared. In the end, Brother Yi had made a move. The river that was more than 10 miles long was connected diagonally. It was different from the current river route of the yacht. They had to take a long detour. Was the water deep enough? Could the boat travel 100-stone boat? Don't let it run aground. The people jumped around. They were simple-minded. Li Dongzhu loved the people. If he had this method, he would use it on them. As for the Taoist priests, they were slightly better than the monks. The nameless Taoist priest on the stage. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do in the monastery. I'm going down. He choked out the sentence. Don't you have a child? Hurry up and wrap him up. I'll wait for you to conjure him up and keep him warm on the stage. Let me tell you, if he falls ill from the cold, the book will be gone. Li Yi was unhappy when he heard this. The other party had another trick. He could instantly conjure up a baby. It was a quick cover to conjure up a living person. The child was small and easy to conjure up. The child was preparing. It was quite cold and was about to cry. He waited for the other party to finish conjuring him up. He deliberately wore a thermal undergarment to wrap up the child. You can leave, but what about the child? Here, Li Dongzhu here. A Taoist priest carried the baby out. Li Yi pointed downwards. A large lotus flew down. The other party consciously placed the baby on it. The lotus flew up again. Li Yi took off his white coat, thermal undergarment, and vest. He used the vest to wrap up the child. He quickly put on his white coat and held the baby in his arms. Who drugged him? Go back and find out. Those who know will suffer 10 strokes together. It's up to fate whether they live or die. Li Yi said and flew away. The child's face was blue from the cold, but he did not wake up or cry. It was obvious that he had been drugged. Li Dongzhu, it wasn't like this before. We have thermal undergarments. It's Zhengxian. Where is Zhengxian? The Taoist priest below shouted. Chapter 21-24. Nanku's big shots quickly ran over to fill the empty space on the stage. The people did not want to see the song and dance. They wanted to know the baby's condition. Some people had already rushed down to beat people up, but they were stopped by the winged knights. You don't have to beat them up. Anyone who knows the truth will be beaten 10 times. It didn't sound like much, just 10. But believe it or not, they could beat someone to death. It didn't matter how many beatings were given, but how. The punishment of 100 beatings was heavy. If they didn't want to hurt people too much, they would recover in half a month after the beatings. If they wanted someone to die, they would be beaten 10 times and prepare for the funeral. Li flew back with the baby hanging and went straight into the emergency room. The little girl, Li Guizong, and the nurses were already in place. Draw blood, test the anesthetic composition, prepare for support treatment, apply oxygen, cardiopulmonary monitoring. Wah! Wah! The baby suddenly cried. Test the ear blood and finger blood. Be careful. It seems that the dosage is not high. Li saw the baby open his eyes, kick his legs, and pee at the same time, immediately changed the order. The nurses first attached the cardiopulmonary monitoring. It was quite stable, and then carefully took the blood. The urine was also connected and brought for testing. Aya, a fountain? How much water did you drink? Li smiled. The baby looked normal. Dongzhu, milk for you. The little robot ran over and gave him a milk bottle and human milk. Zhuangzi always had someone to nurse the baby. He knew the Taoist priest's arrangement in advance and had already prepared it. The pacifier was stuffed into the baby's mouth, and the baby stopped crying. His little hand held the milk bottle tightly and drank. Go and print more Buddhist books. I promised them. Then check and see if there are any problems. For example, a branch of Buddhism that doesn't get close to women. If there are people who bully women, report it. Li talked about things that had nothing to do with the baby. The baby was in his hands. Looking at the current situation, he could wait for the blood and urine test. It would be very fast. If he didn't die now, he couldn't die. He still knew how to drink milk, and the toes of his 2 feet were moving around. The cardiopulmonary monitoring was all normal. Under such circumstances, how big of a medical accident was it to let the baby die? It wasn't a matter of losing money, nor was it a matter of losing face. Li himself couldn't bear it. Dongzhu, the test results are out. The amount of jasmine root extract was controlled very well. The nurse came over to report. She was a second-generation nurse. She was male and specialized in medical skills. There were fewer females. It was not that he did not want to train female nurses. It was just that there were fewer ways for women to gain knowledge. Learning required one to be literate and have a certain level of reading comprehension. In the past 2 years, he had been working hard to improve. If there were women in ordinary families who weren't rich or officials, if they were to use them for studies, it would delay their work and affect their family's income. He spent money to let her study, but he was worried that she would have problems with other men in school. It wasn't easy for her to learn it, but when she reached the age of marriage, it became someone else's. She couldn't just casually return to her maiden home. She needed to inform her husband's family first. In this way, there were fewer and fewer girls studying. Wu Zetian finally got some female officials, but they were all gone. At present, there were still fewer girls studying in other parts of the Tang dynasty. The policies couldn't be implemented. The Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund couldn't cover the Tang dynasty. Boil water and force it down? No one found it. Li looked at the baby's condition. He was drinking milk happily, so he didn't care much about punishing people. As he spoke, he picked up the baby and went outside. The big screen showed the baby drinking milk. The people who wanted to beat people returned to their original positions to watch the performance. They were still thinking about the land being divided into rivers. Some people heard that there was an illusion in the palace. After the illusion, it disappeared. They didn't know how it changed. What they saw today was that the river was still flowing. It didn't look like it would disappear. It wasn't an illusion at all. The Taoists were looking for people. Zheng Xian was in charge of the baby. Where did he go? Fortunately, the baby was fine. He woke up and could drink milk. Otherwise, he would be directly buried in the ground after 10 beatings. Does he look like this? Songda took out a tablet and asked a Taoist. A person's head appeared on the screen according to the description. His nose is higher. He seems thinner. The position of his face is wrong. The Taoist recalled Jingshuan's appearance. On the other side, Senexayen also took out a tablet and asked about Jingshuan's position. The tablet showed the location of the Taoists. The Taoists looked at the people there and found Jingshuan. This is him. A Taoist found out. He didn't have time to be surprised by Li family Zhuangzi's methods and pointed at a person and shouted, "Good. If you find him, you can still sit and eat after 10 beatings." Sun Xien promised that 10 beatings would be like scratching an itch. "It's him. I promise. If you don't believe me, ask others." When the Taoist heard that he wouldn't be injured, he pulled another Taoist over. "Yes, I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes." The other Taoist gritted his teeth and said, "Then you're amazing." Sun Xien said he didn't need to care about what happened next. If he knew who it was, he could observe the person's previous position, posture, and appearance from different angles. Even if Zhang Xian was wearing a mask, he could still find him. Buzz, the drones took off. A part of them circled around the audience, looking for corners that the drones couldn't capture. The other part spread out. The last time Zhang Xian disappeared was after the rumbling sound. The distance was very short. It was impossible to leave the drone's range unless he could fly. Or he could hide in a place with shelter, such as a hole in the ground, a cave, or a tree. On the yacht, the baby had eaten his fill. He opened his mouth and yawned. His little hands clenched into fists and stretched. Li Yi didn't hug him and rocked him as he fell asleep. Songda returned. "Dongzhu, they don't know whose child it is. Zhang Xian is in charge of this. He said that he would give the other party some money and return it after using it. In the past, if you had a child, I would give you 10 coins to rent. Would you agree?" Li Yi asked Songda. 10 coins is a lot. I agree. Actually, 100 coins is fine too, but I want to watch from the side. Songda thought for a while and replied. Li lowered his head and looked at the child. Look at him. His clothes are clean, his skin is tender, and his little face is chubby. Where did he borrow a coin from? He stole it? Songda's voice became louder. If other people's children were stolen, how could they not report it to the authorities? Your child was lost in Luoyang. What was the first thing you thought of? Li Yi asked again. Look for Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu has a lot of people. Even if you ask the yamen to look for him, Li Dongzhu will speak and the yamen will work even harder. Songda understood. So this child, Dongzhu, we found him. He's hiding under the straw mat. The drone's infrared meter is on. The ground is normal at night, but his place is different. The little robot spoke. Zhang Xian thought that he could hide with a mat, but the mat was too thin. Sigh. Li Yi sighed and looked at the baby sleeping soundly. If your surname is Zhang, you should be called Xian Sheng. Chapter 21-25. Ah, he's Jingshuan's child? Songda's voice grew louder. Who knows, Zhang Xian is a Taoist name. Dao can be spoken, but not Dao. Li Yi handed the baby to the little girl, who pushed the stroller over. He needed to continue observing, in case there was a reaction after eating the jasmine roots. Name can be named, not Dao. Songda repeated. If it's Jingshuan's child, why would he throw it away? It's not like Taoists are forbidden from getting married. I have a child with Princess Yongmu before getting married. What will happen? That's great, have a few more. It doesn't matter if you get married or not. You have a child with a princess. What will happen? Impossible. Songda shook his head. What about a minister's daughter? Also impossible. The one in my family is very good. Why wasn't Han Xiangke accepted by Meng Haoren's family? But Zhang Xian is a Taoist. His status is different. His official status is different. Of course it depends on his rank. Go! Bring him over and ask. Remember not to let other people know. I'll go now. Song didn't think the probability was high. Maybe there were other reasons. He called for 4 of the manor's bodyguards and 8 of the Yulin flying cavalry. He brought a pistol with him. There was no use in finding the drones. Unless a large number of them released grappling hooks, if the person struggled, he might get hurt. After running for 3 miles, there was withered grass here, and drones were circling in the sky. There was a straw mat in the grass. It was hard to find at night. Songda and the others quietly approached, and when they arrived, everyone stood in position. The winged knights held a net, ready to go at any time. Aya, you drank wine. You were fine just now. Why do you want to pee now? Songda said. How did you find me? The straw mat was lifted, and the person inside sat up. What if they weren't looking for you? Songda really wanted to pee. Who would pass by in the wilderness, walking in the grass, following the voice. A spark lit up, and a candle was lit. The person holding the candle said carefully, I have a knife under but it's to protect me from wild animals. No need to explain. Song pointed the gun to the ground and released the safety. I'm not afraid of the winged knights. I'm not weak, and I also have the Li family Zhuangzi's guards. If I don't explain myself, I'm afraid that I'll be killed in the blink of an eye. I'm Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian looked at the winged knights calmly, but the way he looked at the guards was different. This person beside me is Officer Gua. Song introduced the winged knights to him. They might not have seen blood before, but the one I brought was different. I know that some of you Taoists are very skilled and can leap onto roofs and vault over walls. It's General Gua. I'm going to stand up. Zhang Xian stood up slowly. The drone in the sky turned on its lights, and the surroundings lit up instantly. There was indeed a knife at the place where he had been. To be precise, it was a sword, not for decoration. The wax is gone. Take it yourself. Guazi didn't care at all. Poof! Zhang Xian flicked his finger. When his finger was a foot away from the candle went out. That's right, to extinguish the candle with a flick of the sand. I'll give you a bigger pebble, but it'll hurt you. Guazi commented. At the same time, he pointed out that the other party had extinguished the candle with a flick of the sand. If it was a small pebble, it would be powerful to hit someone's eyes. Zhang Xian lowered his head and picked up the sword. How did you find me? The owner found a wandering soul and promised to help the soul find peace. Then the soul came to find you. Song turned off the gun's safety, afraid that it would accidentally fire. I see. I don't know where this technique will take me. Zhang Xian believed him. You don't want the child anymore? He's so cute, and his eyes are just like yours. Song asked tentatively. Dong Zhu said that it was very likely to be Zhang Xian's son. Since Steward Song already knows, why do you have to be like this? He's my child. Zhang Xian admitted frankly. Song didn't know what to say. Dr. Li is a true immortal. He called you here because he had something to tell you. I originally wanted to raise CI with the Li family Zhuangzi, but I didn't expect you to find me so quickly and not give me time to run away. That child, I can't say who his mother is. All living things are equal. Where is the equality? I entered the Taoist sect to raise my status. Unfortunately, where the golden water flows, there is no end to the wealthy. Zhang Xian placed the candle in the palm of the hand holding the sword and held it together. There's no need for this. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Guazi said. Oh. Zhang Xian took the candle back and put it in his sleeve. He just told others that it was inconvenient for him to attack while holding the sword and the candle. At this time, a voice came out from the drone. Xingyang Zheng family, which one? I'll find the emperor to give it to you. I suspect that their family is involved in this conspiracy against the stability of the imperial court. Zhang Xian said about Li Yi's actions. Where the golden water flows, there is no end to the wealthy. Even as a Taoist priest, he couldn't catch the other party's eye. Naturally, it was the Xingyang Zheng family. They were arrogant, and according to the development of history, there would be several Xinjiang Zheng prime ministers in the Tang dynasty. Both of them were very powerful. A Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi like him was considered a nouveau riche in the eyes of the Xinjiang Zheng family. But that was not important. The military power was the truth. If you dared to say that the earth revolved around the sun, you would be burned in the Square of Flowers in Rome. Even a king could become a constitutional monarch. So what about the Xinjiang Zheng family? Dr. Li Dongzhu. Zheng Xian raised his head. Come over and take a look at your son first. This jasmine root is wonderful. He is indeed your son. Li Yi's voice came again. Yes, yes, yes. Quick, steward Song, let's run. Zhang Xian looked at Songda. Run? Good. Run is enough. Songda understood that the word run and walk were not the same. In other words, it meant that they were going to run. Running was a noun. So everyone started running. The drone helped to illuminate the surroundings. Some places were sunken, and a few people cooperated to illuminate them. It was not possible to illuminate from a certain angle as there were shadows. Zhang Xian, I didn't believe Dongzhu when he said it. I didn't expect it to be true. Song seemed to have good stamina and said while running, You still dare to not believe Dongzhu? God! Zhang Xian's speed was stable. Sometimes it's unbelievable. Dongzhu allows everyone to raise different opinions, but we must do as he says. Then what's the use of raising opinions? Sometimes Dongzhu will adopt some of them. For example, when I came to find you, I proposed 2 plans. One was to directly use the drone to shoot you out. The other was that I brought people here. Dongzhu chose the latter. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Zhang Xian shouted at the drone in the sky. You thank me for my suggestion. I thank you. Why does your thanks sound so weird? Your tone particle at the end is not good. I thank you. This doesn't feel good either. Why don't you use the tone particle? Me. Thank. You. Songda. It was not far, 3 miles, and they arrived in a moment. Everyone boarded the boat. Zhang Xian threw away his sword and stood while being searched. Li Yi and a group of people were waiting. Li Longji was also there. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu, where's my son? I didn't feed him when I left. I used medicine and was afraid that he would choke on milk. Zhang Xian greeted Li Longji and Li Yi first and directly asked about his son. Chapter 21-26. The servant pushed the pram over. This pram used to contain the child of the princess of Jincheng. The child had grown up and no longer needed it. The temperature, humidity, air pressure, light, and oxygen content were all adjusted. The baby was sleeping soundly. Other than the rise and fall of his chest, his arms and legs did not move at all. Has he been fed? Zhang Xian's face was almost touching the cover of the pram. What are you asking? What's your purpose in throwing him to the Li family Zhuangzi? Why didn't you give him to someone else? Li Yi despised him. Hypocrite, you purposely ran away before the child was born. Thank you, owner Li, Zhang Xian bowed again. He didn't say anything about the celestial worthy of immeasurable blessings and addressed Li Yi as owner. The Zheng family's daughter, no matter who she is, marry her. Li Yi was straightforward. He dispelled the other party's worries. Anyone is fine. Zhang Xian probed. A married woman is not fine. That would be a great sin. Li Yi glared at him. What are you asking? No, an unmarried woman. Zhang Xian hurriedly explained. It's fine. Whether she's married or not, true love is enough. Li Longji looked at his daughter and Li Yi. You two have a child. I can hug you whether it's a boy or a girl. Etiquette is not a problem. If you have a child, I'm not afraid of you leaving. They're even visiting marriages in other places. Don't you see women who go to other islands to give birth? In my palace, there used to be palace maids who got pregnant and were promoted immediately. Li Yi looked at Li Longji and asked Zhang Xian, How did you grasp medicine so accurately? I've done some research on medicine. I've studied Li Dongzhu's medical books diligently. I've also read a few words in the newspaper about anesthesia. Sometimes I'll numb myself for a day and night. When I'm awake, I'll remember the feeling. Zhang Xian's attitude was even more humble. He had studied medicine himself. He had read medical books and the partial explanations in the newspaper. His main purpose was to tell the people what to do if they eat something wrong. Li Yi pretended to be deep in thought. In fact, he was listening to the feedback. Just now, he had collected the information and tested it for the first time. After that, he would continue to test it without telling anyone. At that time, it was illegal to use this method in a civil case. However, every country with a relatively perfect system had such means in the intelligence department. Non-civil matters were targeted at national security. Now it was also a matter of national security. God knew if Zhang Xian was trying to trick them, including his wife, the Zhang family of Xinjiang. How old is the child? Li Yi asked. 332 days and 12 hours and 45 minutes. Zhang Xian was very fast when he talked about the number of days, but the exact time depended on the sky. I have books here. Are you willing to learn? Li Yi asked again. Ah, can I learn it? Zhang Xian didn't look at the moon, but looked at Li Yi's eyes. Are you willing to learn? Li Yi's gaze was calm. Yes, I am willing to learn. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly. Take your son to bed. Today, I thought that I would have to wait until dawn. I haven't used all my means. Li Yi waved his hand and sighed. Li Dongzhu, do you have other means? Zhang Xian looked at the river from the deck. The distance of the light was limited. The river was deep and only the changes in the water surface reflected the light. Go. Li Yi didn't want to explain more. He still had to test him. Zhang Xian was led into the guest room. He pushed the baby carriage. Looking at the baby sleeping with his legs apart in the carriage, he laughed from time to time. After he left, Li Longji asked, "Can he be used?" Accurate medicine. The medicine he used for his son was personally tasted by him. He didn't look at the age or the place where it was grown. He mixed it according to his own feelings. The image comparison was basically consistent. After that, he would collect hair or blood from his body and compare it again to see if it was his child. Taoism and Buddhism have their own heart sutras. A simple lie detector may not be able to detect it. Li Yi was very cautious when it came to the Zhang family of Xinjiang. Lie detector was a physiological manifestation of testing people. Religious people could avoid it if they were not monitored for a long time. If he had done something really bad in the past, he would avoid it through self-hypnosis. He even used drugs, some video materials, and read philosophy books to avoid the lie detector. Or he could spend money to get a mental illness certificate. This certificate would be used when he was questioned. Usually, he couldn't use this certificate to attack people. For example, if he did something illegal, he had a certificate. The police asked name. It was a very simple question. At that moment, he began to imagine, who am I? I am the Jade Emperor. I am the Primeval Lord. I am... Then his endocrine system fluctuated, including his heartbeat and other physical indicators. Normally, this was not right. Why would he do this? But he had a certificate. The data collected by the lie detector was the usual data and the physiological reaction after the key questions. The collected data was chaotic. How could it be judged? There were also people who had been through a lot. When they spoke, their emotions didn't fluctuate. Therefore, the lie detector could not be used as direct evidence and the basis for punishment. Li Yi was in the Tang dynasty. No one found trouble with him, so he used it to his heart's content. He was afraid that someone would infiltrate Zhuangzi. Zhang Xian put away his son's pram, according to the instructions in the room. He went to take a shower, changed into his pajamas, and lay on the bed to look at his son. I haven't used up all my tricks. It started strong but ended weak. Li Yi felt regretful. He didn't use the things he prepared. That was more powerful. There's a river. Song Jing felt that Li Yi was pretending. What else do you want? Don't you see what you've done in the past 2 days? The 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect, stepping on the air, teleporting, and drawing a line for dozens of miles. You haven't been idle for a moment. I'm afraid of you. With this kind of trick, is there any point in talking about real and fake gods? If you want to kill, no one can hide. That was definitely an accident. There was an underground river. They dug an open canal first. I blew it up. Li Yi explained. Don't think it's so mysterious. It's easy to say it out. But the most terrible thing in life is accidents. Su Yi said, if you kill me in an accident, how can I reason it out? Li Yi made a fist and palm salute. Everyone, you don't have to do this. I tremble at the sight of blood. It means that you kill without spilling blood. Baigu was bored. Sometimes when I wash my teeth it will bleed. I've been enduring it. Li Yi rebuked Baigu. Baigu always wanted to wash his teeth. Anyway, if his teeth were broken, he could replace them with new ones. Everyone, don't worry for a moment. Time lasts forever. Lu Huaishan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke at this moment. His house in Chang, and was temporarily lent to the people in the clan. When he returned next year, the people in the clan would move away. The heavenly world said that they would give him 20 coins a day. Previously, when they sold crabs, they used his couplets. He was forced to copy the couplets. Currently, he was living with his son, wife, and grandson in the Li family Zhuangzi next to Luoyang. People always have a sense of justice, right? Li Lang, didn't you say that the equipment for washing teeth is broken? Princess Yongmu fed Li Yi a grape. Let Xiao Yi fix it. Xiao Yi is clever and clever. The key is that she is kind. She can't see blood. Baigu saw that he could not stir up any more trouble. The teeth really needed to be washed. It was not convenient for him to use dental floss and toothpicks. The real teeth could not be washed properly. The fake teeth could be washed casually. He did not need to spend money. Chapter 21-27. Boom, 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 boom. The group of Taoist priests suffered the beating in frustration. The Taoist priests did not feel humiliated when they were beaten while standing. It was better than taking off their pants and being beaten while lying down. No matter who the culprit was, they had participated in the child that they had caused. This is the first time I've seen such a thick staff in my life. It's 1 foot long and 1 inch wide. Impossible, I guarantee it's not. This is a ruler used in schools to beat children's hands. It's just a token. Look, the baby is fine. I want to know what a real staff looks like. Go to the government and provoke them. You'll understand after being beaten. Water and fire staff, one end is round and the other is flat. How can it be like that? Water and fire staff, used to fight fires and floods. When fighting fires, it can be used as a shovel and a wall. When there's a flood, the other end can be used as an oar. It's not used to catch people. There are chains and knives to catch people. Why do we need the water and fire staff? It's too easy on them. They don't know. What's that saying again? If a monk is guilty, it's not the monks who are guilty. If a sin is punished, it's not the burning of the palace. They're Taoist priests, not monks. Do Taoist priests have to burn down the palace? Don't they have to keep the river that they drew? Keep my ass. The other people drawing rivers are fake. This time, the Taoists are playing for real. I didn't expect Li Dongzhu to be so powerful. What about the river? Use it to transport things. Li Dongzhu used supreme immortal spells to connect dozens of miles to the Luo River, benefiting the people from then on. The people watched the exciting program while talking about what had happened. This was the first time in their lives. They saw it with their own eyes. It was not fake at all. It was not like Buddhism, which always said that it was so. It sounded very powerful, but it could not be seen. They saw it in the past 2 days. They saw the 10,000 Buddhas greeting sect, followed by the rainbow treading on water and walking on air during the day. Today, Everything else could be said to be fake, but the river was real. The Taoists drew rivers, and Li Dongzhu flowed endlessly. Buddhism to the side. They watched the Taoists and Li Dongzhu fight, and Li Dongzhu was better. The people were happy. The people were happy. Some people sent free kebabs, beer, popcorn, blankets, and strollers. It didn't matter if the baby was a little older. Once the baby carriage was adjusted, the baby would fall asleep inside. Therefore, when Li Yi had a child under the age of 6, he had to push a stroller when he brought his child out for a trip. Some people didn't understand. Why would a 5-year-old child push a stroller? It's not like the child can't walk by himself. They would understand when they traveled with their children. The commoners of Hunan Prefecture enjoyed this kind of treatment. Small carts with wooden wheels were pushed here for free. Brother Yi, do you have any deeper meaning for creating this river? Li Longji was in a good mood. Brother Yi didn't want to return to the immortal palace. He just wanted to make a move. I've done some calculations. The water flow isn't large enough for a large boat. If you want people to come over, the service will have to keep up. I want to build a supermarket, sell the best things at market price, and then get a membership. In fact, it had nothing to do with the commoners. It was specially prepared for the rich people of Hunan province. The concept of consumption includes the demonstration of social status, which is more advanced. Li did have plans. The commoners could use the river if they wanted to. He wanted to build a large supermarket here. Song Jing's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure when he heard this. Good things are sold at a normal price to the rich. Li Yi, are you going to abandon the commoners? Even if I abandon you, I won't abandon the commoners. Li Yi glanced at Song Jing. How do you feel when you eat in Zhuangzi's cafeteria? Zhang, Juling continued. There are too many dishes. You can't pick them all, but you know you can't finish them all. You can't throw them away, so you can only give up on some dishes. Shopping in a large supermarket is like choosing a dish. Everything you see is useful. If you want to buy it, you won't have to worry about not being able to finish it. When they spend a certain amount, I'll give them a discount. They will find that it's cheaper to buy the whole thing compared to other places. Li Yi explained. The membership card gave points, and they could use the points to exchange for things. The rich had a stronger desire to spend money. Most of the things they bought were daily necessities and decorative items. They could buy them for free by boat. After spending a certain amount of money, they could take the boat back for free. Li Yi looked at Song Jing and said, Do you think commoners are suitable for such operations? Profiteer, you give others the membership card first, and then ask them to eat in heavenly earth. Song Jing remembered the membership card he had been lucky enough to get from the lucky draw. Have you ever spent money to eat in heavenly earth? Old Song, you have to speak with your conscience. Li Yi looked at him with disdain. You bribed, you should be arrested. Wrong. It's a reward from Her Majesty. What does it have to do with me? You're still doing business. You're not allowed to take the imperial examinations in Zhuangzi. I'm still paying taxes. I'm printing money and you're arresting me? You think I don't dare? Song Jing said as he grabbed Li Yi's arm. Bai Gu glanced at him and felt bored. Xiao Yi, do you want to eat fried skewers tonight? Go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll have breakfast with the commoners. Go back and take over half of the property of the temple in Hunan province. Collect 50% of their taxes while you're at it. It was the middle of the night, and the moon was moving to the west. After saying this, he went back to the cabin and started to shift his focus tomorrow. Who wants to eat? Bai Gu didn't want to rest. He was too excited. Eat a few skewers. Li Longji decided to chat for a while. The impact was too great. The temperature on the deck was relatively low. Everyone drank warm yellow wine. They chose the skewers themselves and fried them one at a time to avoid wastage. Li Longji took a sip of wine. This time, Brother Yi has suffered a great loss. There are still many people in the Tang dynasty who are not convinced. If things get out of hand, thousands of heads will fall. Some people will spread the news to other places. Monks and Taoists everywhere will be frightened. Let's spread the news about the printing of newspapers in Zhuangzi. Yao Cheng didn't choose any skewers. He looked at the wine bowl and spoke. He was glad that a crisis was inexplicably interrupted by Li Yi. At the crucial moment, the underground forces of Luoyang were cleaned up quickly. At the same time, the officials were gathered and investigated. Then they collected more taxes and forced the monks to come forward. They used gambling as an excuse. Without the help of the gangsters, the commoners robbed the temples and monasteries inside and outside the Luoyang palace. When they came here to preach and discuss the Tao, the monks and Taoists of Hunan province were all honest. The monks and Taoists of the capital prefecture stood on the side of the imperial court. If the monks and Taoists of the capital prefecture of the Tang dynasty didn't cause trouble, the monks and Taoists of other places didn't dare to do so. Thinking of this, Yao Cheng sighed. If it were anyone else, the imperial court would be worried. No one else can do it. Lu Huai carefully selected 5 skewers and placed them on the tray next to him. A small robot came over and took the tray away to be fried. Bai Gu hesitated for a moment. If the newspaper preaches and discusses the Tao, next year, Shao Yi will be exempted from 10% of the tax? Is it 10% of the tax or 10% of the gross income? Sui asked. The difference between the two was too big. Of course, it's 10% of the tax and 10% of the gross income. How much will he pay less? Bai Gu responded as quickly as possible. He knew that the Li family Zhuangzi raised the southwest barbarians and the Tilanine families. Later, they would have to raise the people from the northeast. The daily income was frightening. They had to make money. 10% of the gross income was probably equivalent to a month's income of the Tang dynasty. That was to say, the tax paid by the Li family Zhuangzi in a year was equivalent to a year's rent of the imperial court. What was wealth comparable to a country? This was it. Chapter 21-28. Bai Gu thought to himself and said, the current Zhuangzi pays taxes every year, and the previous imperial court rents the same year. Since ancient times, the emperor must be removed first. Longzhe, don't talk too much. Zhang, Shua nodded to the little robot that delivered the skewers. The imperial court once collected the rent, but it was not enough. The Li family Zhuangzi pays taxes, and he still has profits. I can't bear to remove him. Brother Yi's money is there, and the imperial court can use it at any time. How can I remove him? Zhuangzi makes money, and the imperial court's finances are even richer. It must be earned by Zhuangzi. My ancestors said that brother Su met me in the Tang dynasty. He went to Mount Tai to worship his ancestors. Li Longji first gave the credit to his ancestors, and then thought about going to Mount Tai to play. Your Majesty is merciful, the officials shouted tacitly. Next year, there will be water in the Yellow River, and it will be convenient to go by water. It will be far to go by land to Mount Tai. The little robot that delivered the fish skewers to Lu Huaishan also joined in the fun. There was no water in the Yellow River, and it would be 1,600 to 1,700 miles to go by land. Go fry the skewers. Here, dried tofu. Li Riji picked up 6 skewers of dried tofu and put them on the tray. It's already far to go now. The matters in Hunan have not been settled, and it's almost the new year. The little robot carried the tray and left, muttering. Li Longji nodded. The river will open next year. This year, brother, Yi has a lot of things to deal with. We can't add to the chaos. There are also scenic spots nearby. Bai Gu suggested. He used to go to Mount Song. Yes, Mount Song is more than 100 miles away from Luoyang Palace. Zhang Shua confirmed. Mount Song is good. Half of the Mount Song temple's property belongs to Dongzhu. Dongzhu wants to take it over. It's on the way. The little robot carried the chicken skewers to the place and put the tray. You came back as soon as you turned around? Where's my dried tofu? Li Riji did not see what he wanted to fry. I'm the other one. Who wants to fry something? The little robot replied, I remember that there's bean skin that can be boiled. Put it in cold noodle soup with cucumber shreds, sesame, and chili noodles. Lu Yochio brought the tray over. He wanted to eat chicken skewers and asked again. There is. Want one? The little robot said cutely. I want one. I want one. Okay. One for each person. Li Longji finally said. Okay. The little robot turned around and left. How nice would it be to have one at home? Yin Sijin, who was also in the group, also wanted to make her presence known. Exchanging life for life. Good things are indeed expensive. Lu Chong stared at the little robot that came over again. The Li family Zhuangzi's matter has been spread throughout the world. But there are still some families that are unwilling to accept this and want to go against the heavens. He didn't have a good impression of those families, and he was almost poisoned to death. Everyone continued to chat. They ate very little skewers and only had a bowl of wine. They talked about everything, but they didn't talk about who was behind this. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to find out. The people who were involved in the communication were probably buried in a pit. The matter was handled smoothly, so there was no need to do anything for the time being. If it was the assassin monarch, there would be no need for evidence. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let a single one escape. Coupled with Li Yi's lie detection skills, it was guaranteed that they would be able to find the culprit. Obviously, the person who acted in the dark knew how to act appropriately. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better if they directly incited people to attack the Li family Zhuangzi? Why not? Because they knew that if they did, they would die without a doubt. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Some of the people were already asleep. They were wearing the hoodies that the Li family Zhuangzi sent, and their legs were covered with blankets. When they left, they brought the clothes and blankets home and sent them off. Some continued to watch the program. They wanted to watch enough. Normally, they didn't dare to enter Sigong Square. At this moment, the beauties of Pyeongkong Square, Sigong Square, and Pear Garden were dancing and singing together. When could they not sleep? How many hours did they miss? In the morning, it was still wontons with egg and cucumber fillings for the monks who didn't eat meat. They just happened to eat the unfinished pancakes with smoked sausages. Li Longji and the others were preparing to sleep. They talked about a lot of things and made clear that the emperor's important speech was the guiding principle, and the Yi support was a unified ideological line. It laid the foundation for the future development of the Tang dynasty, pointed out the direction in which the Tang dynasty would continue to grow, and verified the correctness of the Li family Zhuangzi's model. This was a great chat. This was a chat of victory. This was a chat that would be engraved in the annals of history. The people who participated in the chat were Bai Gu, the Minister of Revenue of the Secretariat of the Central Secretariat, and Song Jing, the Minister of Appointments of the Central Secretariat. In addition, the little robots 015, 033, and so on also participated and spoke. Then, Li Yi woke up and gave everyone porridge and pickles. Go to sleep after eating. I'll deal with today's memorials first. You can write them when you wake up. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Bai Gu was not polite. Gang Ro, you can print a copy according to our instructions. You can print it directly. We don't have to look at it. Zhang Jiling was really sleepy. She felt that she could sleep for a day and a night. Okay, Li Longji yawned. If it weren't for Brother Yi's request to eat porridge, he would have fallen asleep right now. Su Yi and Song Jing didn't have any objections. Why were they so sleepy today? After eating porridge with everyone, they went back to the cabin to rest. Li Yi thought for a while and said, I'll go take a bath. I'll read the memorials in Zhuangzi. Little robots, help look after them. The food they eat is drugged. Don't fall asleep and the food will backflow and block their respiratory tract. He drugged others. Otherwise, they would be too excited and would not feel sleepy at noon. They could even endure at night. It was too harmful to the body. After eating the medicine, they would be sleepy, right? This meant that the medicine was not fake. Therefore, they had to eat porridge. After the commoners finished eating, Some continued to sleep while waiting for the train to pick them up. Some excitedly sat on the first train and chatted with their fellow passengers about which beauty was the prettiest. I think Xianyan is prettier than Ziqi. Look at Xianyan's face, that smile, and that chest, a man in his 20s said to the man beside him. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands as if to grab something. Is her but nice? A voice came from the side. Nice. How should I say her? But it's, The man suddenly paused. The voice was female and it sounded very familiar. He slowly turned his head and saw a woman around his age looking at him with her head tilted. Xiao Xiao, you came to watch the program too? The man's voice became softer and softer. I came to find you. There were many people before, but I couldn't find you. I just found you. The woman nodded. Xianyan's but is obviously infertile. She can't be compared to you. She can't be compared to you. The man continued the previous topic. What about her chest? The woman asked again. It's too big. It's not good. She can't be compared to you. She can't be compared to you. The man said again. You came here just to watch this? Praise other women? The woman was about to cry. No. Look, you have praised other people before. Li Dongzhu, have you praised him before? I said Li Dongzhu is good because he can let us live a good life. That's right. It's not written in the newspaper. You praise Li Dongzhu because of material civilization. I said that other women who perform belong to spiritual civilization. I'm not marrying anymore. Go find your spiritual civilization. Can you find your material civilization? Yes. Look, I brought a basket. I didn't know you were coming. I couldn't find it when I went to your house. I left some pancakes for you when we were eating. The man picked up the basket beside him. I'll go out for a while. The man sitting beside him stood up. He did a good deed and let the two of them sit together. For smoking sausages? You didn't eat. Aren't you hungry? I didn't eat either. The man sat inside and the woman sat down naturally. Chapter 21-29. The people left one after another. The monks and Taoists arranged for people to go back. They left on their own and did not dare to take the train. Wasn't there a river? They had small boats on the river that they rode. When they went back to report, they would see how to give the property, money, or the place. They had no choice but to give it. They had met a true God. The more they believed in Li Yi, the more they were afraid of him. They knew their own situation. They made arrangements here in advance and used a lot of manpower and material resources. Li Yi did not participate at all. The Li family, Zhuangzi, only sent people here when they had a stomachache. All their arrangements were not as shocking as the appearance of a true God. On a rainy day, they agreed to use the method in the shed. In the end, Li Yi directly used the thousands of Buddhas. It was raining. The rainbow in the river fell on the mountain top. The floating water stepped on the air. The image of the Tang dynasty's campaign and the appearance of His Majesty when he was young. The Taoists' flying technique was powerful enough, right? Li Yi actually moved in a flash. When the Taoists' hanging rope slipped, Li Yi's shadow came to the rescue. This could not be rehearsed in advance, right? Li Yi could really move at will in an instant. Look at the Taoist priests digging here and there. The monks also helped to dig a few hundred feet of underground river. It was not easy to make a river, but it could not compare to Li Yi's clenched fist. It was too terrifying. They had to bow down. Li Yi was not human at all. Did they force a true God to reveal the secrets of heaven? No wonder Li Yi could translate so many scriptures and annotations. Some of the monks and Taoists wanted to leave by the river. The others stayed and waited for the train to send the rest of the people away. The people of Pyongkong Square, Sigong Square, and Pear Garden also wanted to take the train to Sigong Square. They had been communicating, recently. They went to take a look and help support the situation. The yacht was always there. Li Longji and the others were resting. The yacht could not leave directly. The yacht would only return when the last person left. If the yacht left first, the rest of the people would feel empty and afraid. The ink has already entered the water, crossing a pool of blue and white flowers, taking 5 parts of the red glow, picking bamboo to go home. If the mountains and rivers in my heart, your eyes can see them all, I will pray to a lotus flower with every step I take. How would I know that it is just a piece of grass? Time makes me grow old. The song and dance continued. This was the professional ethics of the Pear Garden, Pyeongkong Square, and Sigong Square. As long as there was an audience, they could not stop. They couldn't leave the loneliness to the audience. They had to give the audience the feeling of an endless night. In Li's powerful karaoke hall, he didn't wait for the guests to leave if they didn't sing. In some karaoke halls, when the guests were about to leave, a few people would go in and continue singing cheerful and melodious songs. The sound continued until the customer walked out of the room. This way, none of the guests felt a sense of loss. The singing continued, just like how Xiao Hongchen sang in the movie. The song was sung, the dance was danced, and the night was long. It was just that there were too few of them. Out of 100 regular karaoke halls, only one could do it. Why? Because of the high cost. In other places, a small bottle of beer would cost 30 yuan. The same bottle of wine would cost 50 yuan here. At this moment, it didn't involve the cost. The money in the room couldn't invite these people. The top 3 groups in the entire Tang dynasty were performing for you. They waited for the monks and Taoist priests who were the last to leave to come on stage to help. Just like now, when Li copied the song, the monks would knock on the wooden fish and chant sutras at the crucial moment. The Taoist priests took out close-range magic to match the rhythm of the performance. Coupled with the originally existing lighting effects and sound effects, the people who left late didn't even want to leave. It turned out that the last was the best. Faced with such a situation, Songda arranged for people to send things and ice cream. There were a few ice cream sticks in a small basket with a layer of ice on the outside for the people. Hurry up and go back to share it with your family. If you don't leave, it will melt. This concept of accompanying the guests and persuading the guests was top-notch even in Li's time. The people knew the reason. They had endured last night. Let's go. Don't stay here. There's no one here. All the people left. The yacht was still parked, waiting for others to leave. It seemed that the yacht was lonely. In fact, it was wrong. What was lonely about a yacht? It was luxurious and comfortable inside. Little robots, palace maids, and eunuchs ran around. The little robots could be charged at any time. The palace maids and eunuchs at work could eat snacks at any time. They were equally happy. I miss it so much, Li said in his bathrobe as he watched others leave one after another. There was no one around. He muttered to himself. He thought of his school days. He worked as an hourly worker on weekends. At night, he studied in the library until 2040. After that, he went out to work in a hotel. He worked until 2100 hours. Some paid 15 yuan an hour. Some paid 50 yuan. It depended on the hotel. He liked the 50 yuan an hour one. He needed to know a foreign language. It would be better if he knew Italian. He knew a few foreign languages and had more choices. After he went over, he could eat in the kitchen at the back. He could eat as much ice cream as he wanted. The fruit platter made by the master couldn't be touched easily. The leftovers were fine. However, when the private room was cleared, he went in with the others. Others were looking for things to eat. At first, he didn't eat. Later, he ate. He could not eat. Everyone ate. Only he didn't eat. He usually ate fruits and cakes. He ate a few bites as a token of appreciation. It felt very distant. It was like a dream. If he thought too much, he wouldn't know which was the dream. Zhuang Shengxiao is obsessed with butterflies. Ishan is full of literary talent. It's a pity that the emperors of the past paid more attention to politics than literary talent. Li took the memorial and prepared to read it. He sighed. Pursuing literary talent was better than pursuing politics, even for Su Shi. There was a saying that was passed down through the ages. The history of 10,000 years was only recorded in politics. including Li Bai and the others. The things passed down were for the common people. The real political figures read the historical records. Those in power never gave important tasks based on literary talent. After sighing, Li looked at the memorial and made comments. Life. This is life. Do I owe you? You sleep, I help you work. In the past, I wanted to participate to this extent, but others didn't let me. Now that I'm participating, why don't I feel happy? Li forgot about the time as if he was doing homework. The others left on the boat and train. The yacht turned back. At noon, Li threw down his pen. It's all done. Are the local officials stupid? Or do they think the people in the imperial court are stupid? Li Lang, what's wrong? Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan pushed a cart in. There was a hot pot on it. Some officials think they're smart. They say they want to build roads. If you want to build roads, then so be it. Why did you say to guide the water? There are mountains all around. It's good enough that you can build a suspension bridge. You want to guide the water? Your place is more than 50 miles away from the nearest river. You want me to guide the water? How much money do I have to spend? How much manpower do I have to use to guide the water over? Why do I need to guide it over? Go around the Yangtze River? Wouldn't it be faster to build a land road? He thinks he's fooling the local officials. I'm in the imperial court and don't know the local situation? So he can make money from it? Li was angry. It's not that you're wrong. You think I'm stupid? Do you think I'll give you money? Then what should we do? A voice sounded. Easy. Let him go to Luoyang to report and investigate him. This is a problem of how much money. I guarantee he's greedy. If Old Bai knows. Old Bai, when did you come? Li said angrily. He suddenly realized that the voice just now was Bai Gu's. Xiao Yi, you know this old man is tired, right? Bai Gu said as if he had done a lot. I know. Old Bai, let's swap. You're in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi. I'm in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Li sneered. Don't try to take credit in front of me. Chapter 2130. When all the people, including the monks and Taoists, left except for the guards who were on duty, the yacht turned back. Li Lang gave the best things to others, but he suffered. Princess Yongmu suddenly became sentimental. The chancellors were all asleep. It was unreasonable to ask Li Lang to review the memorials. Lan nodded vigorously and supported her with her actions. But in her heart, she didn't feel that Li Lang was bullied. Reviewing the memorials, ask the provincial governors of the various prefectures if they want to participate. Even His Majesty went to sleep peacefully. The entire Tang dynasty was decided by Li Lang alone. Many people wanted to make their ancestral graves rise, but they couldn't. Was Yao Chong powerful? He couldn't decide the memorials alone. Later, Yao Chong could decide the memorials, and in less than 2 months he joined the Taoist League. Why was it that when it was Li Lang, he looked like he had a deep grudge? It's all their fault. They made the 8 trigrams mirror to change its size and wasted time. They also made the land into rivers and wasted time. Princess Yongmu continued to criticize the Taoists' behavior. Yes, they didn't make good props. Lan agreed. It was the Taoists' fault. If it were someone else, if only the Taoists performed, the Taoists today would be so powerful that they could attract millions of followers. Especially the last part, when they made the land into rivers, the people would kneel. Unfortunately, they were just like the stars. When the moon rose, it would naturally dim, and there would always be a mountain taller than the other. When the yacht returned to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li threw the pen aside and said, "Okay, there are always local officials who play tricks." He dealt with all the memorials. It wasn't difficult at all. It was much easier than dealing with the feasibility plans sent by various places when he sold medical equipment. If the local officials wanted to promote the people under them, they would say how good this person was and how he was loved and respected by the people. It was simple. Put it aside first and send people to investigate. As for those who want to repair roads and riverbanks, beat them back and explain the matter clearly. Don't start with a bunch of useless words and skip over the key points. As for those who were impeached by the Prime Minister through special channels, he would first send people to investigate and protect the people in the county. After 10 days or so, the county would then send the impeachment memorials to the prefectural government officials for them to deal with. This was a trap. If the state government officials were honest, it would be fine. If they were to deal with the county officials, they would be able to obtain some evidence. There were also some who said that a certain county magistrate was as overbearing as a local emperor, promoting officials to other prefectures first. If the report was true and the person left the place, it would be easier to investigate. If the report was false, it would be a good opportunity to promote the official. Li Yi provided individual operating methods for different situations. As for those who wanted to build artificial rivers in the hilly areas to increase the yield of the land, he had them report to Luoyang. At that time, he would have a good chat with the other party about the process and results of building the artificial river in the hills. After the chatter was over, the other party would no longer need to work and could stay wherever it was cool. I'm going to sleep for a while. I won't eat lunch. Li Yi went to sleep after seeing Wan Zhaoyuan put on a drip. It was too boring. The yacht stopped in a small lake beside the Li family zhuangzi. It was half artificial. The lake originally existed, but it was later expanded and shaped. Before lunch, everyone woke up after a good sleep and went to take a bath. When it was time to eat, they flipped through the memorials that Li Yi had annotated. Qian province wanted to build a road to connect to the river, but it was rejected by Xiao Yi and ordered to develop water transportation. What river is there? Songjing saw one. The nonsense at the beginning was skipped, and the focus was on building the road. Li Yi disagreed. The Fuling River should not be built as a road. If it is built, it should be built from other places to the river. Sui knew. He had a good memory and agreed with Li Yi's approach. They were guarding a river that connected to the Yangtze River and wanted to build a road to the Yangtze River. It was not easy for the imperial court to make money. How could they let you ruin it? When the imperial court had more money in the future, they would consider allocating funds to open up roads. Yao Chong was also reading a book. Yi Quan of Izhou requested the imperial court to send people to guide the construction of the Tianmen River to connect to the Fuling River for transportation. It was also rejected. This he did not understand. Previously, when they wanted to build a road, they did not allow it and said it was for water transportation. Now, there was a place that wanted to connect to the Fuling River for water transportation, but he did not allow it. Instead, he called for building a road and a suspension bridge. Are you sure you didn't approve it for fun? More or less. Check the information. Bai Gu ordered and asked someone to bring over the local records. The little robot next to him said, there are more than 1,000 households in Izhou and even fewer in Yiquan. What can they use to build a mountain and a river? The Tianmen River is low terrain and formed by gathering rainwater. If it is connected to a river outside, it must be dug up high. The imperial court sent things over. It is better to build a suspension bridge yourself. The local tribute is rhinoceros horns and candles. There is a charcoal kiln. When it is cold in winter, they need to burn charcoal for warmth and smelt iron. However, there is coal, so it is easy to dig. The deepest is about 20 meters, and the shallowest can be seen from the surface. There are few reserves. However, there are also very few locals. Give a few locations, and it is enough. Dongzhu will specially draw a map and send it over. Huh. Several people stared at the little robot at the same time. Why didn't you say anything when I asked you to stay in the political affairs hall and asked you about something? Bai Gu challenged. You used me as a wireless phone. When did you ask me about anything else? The little robot replied confidently in a cute voice. Oh. Bai Gu stood up and circled around the little robot. Good stuff. Xiao Yi hit it well. You are the thing. The little robot was unhappy. I am not a thing, Bai Gu emphasized. I didn't say it. You said it yourself. You are not a thing. The little robot avoided suspicion. Bai Gu! Songjing reassessed the value of the little robot. What else can you do? Chat, sing, dance in circles, deliver food, and be used as a phone by you. If you use me to call in the future, I will charge you. The little robot protested. How could its role be compared to a mobile phone? The price was different, okay? Did they think it was the kind that could be bought with a few thousand yuan? Good, good, good. We use wired phones to get numbers. It is a waste of talent to make calls. Sui said with a smile. How much trouble would it save to have a little robot to check information by his side? Bai Gu turned and bowed, slightly to Li Longji. Your Majesty, Xiao Yi can review memorials. It is reassuring. Why not? It is better to throw all of you into the group. Brother, Yi can support the political affairs hall alone. Li Longji did not give him face. Brother Yi's ability was not something you needed to say. Since Brother Yi entered the political affairs hall, why would he need you? Bai Gu sat down resentfully. He did not want to join the group. When it was time for lunch, everyone got off the yacht and went to the cafeteria. Bai Gu pushed the little robot that had just spoken. I am on the boat. I am not going. Let me go, the little robot protested all the way to the cafeteria. It ran to the corner and ignored people. It was very angry. Li Longji finished eating and ordered the little robot. Go and push another one. The two of them can chat with each other and not be bored. Thank you, Your Majesty. The little robot in the corner came to Li Longji's side. Bai Gu also came back and put down the plate. Finally, the important things have been dealt with. I have no worries this year. The little robot's light flashed. You jinx. I just received a telegram. Long Yu Road reported urgently. My Dong Zhu is going to be busy again. Chapter 2131. Everyone looked at Bai Gu. Why don't you just eat? Why are you raising a flag when you have nothing better to do? It wasn't easy for him to wait for a peaceful new year, but now it was all good. You can't even stop eating. It's a rare, peaceful day, and you said that you've said something wrong with Long Yu Dao. What does it have to do with this old man? If this old man didn't say anything, would it not have happened? Bai Gu felt wronged. Sigh. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and looked at the little robot. Is it troublesome? It's a matter of money. You have to give me warmth. It was snowing heavily. Zhang Shaosong said that he couldn't lead a team to harass Sulu because the path to the prisoner exchange was blocked. The local people had already entered the city. Their communication with the outside world was temporarily cut off. They were afraid that the grain reserves would not be enough for them to dispatch. The elite cavalry set out in the snow to rescue the herdsmen who were building tents in the east of the border town. Shattered Stone City has also sent people over. Most of the sheep will probably freeze and starve to death. The little robot answered the questions seriously. There was a lot of content in the telegram, and the people in Zhuangzi had not finished translating it. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They thought that the Abbasid Caliphate or the Abbasid Caliphate had suddenly attacked and occupied the area. Funding. Bai Gu was the first to speak, as if he was trying to make up for his mistake. He was confident and rich. Yao Chong was very envious. When he first became prime minister, he could only send a letter of consolation to the imperial court for similar matters, and then reduce the rent. There were many foreign races fighting in the area, and they didn't pay rent at all. There was no other way. The imperial court would send things over from other places, and the places that were sent over would have their rent reduced. Usually they wouldn't dare, as the imperial court didn't have the money. Disasters are reduced here and there. Do the officials of the imperial court not need to eat? Things are different now. To be able to transport supplies from Chang and Luoyang to Long Yu Dao over a long distance, they didn't care how much they consumed on the way. The people who suffered the disaster did not complain that the imperial court was late in delivering things. They knew that the journey was long. Li Longji looked around and said, "Synchronize the transportation to all places." Turning his head, he looked at the little robot. "Tell them to pick up the things from the nearest place and give orders to all the prefectures along the way to start transporting." Okay. The little robot's light flashed, sending telegrams to dozens of positions at the same time. Things were affected by the disaster in D, and C was transported to D. B was transported to C. A was transported to B. If there was not enough fodder to transport grain, the grain would be fed to the horses, and the fodder prepared for the horses would be fed to the sheep. If the Li family Zhuangzi of Hunan province did not move, the Zhuangzi of Chang and city would be able to hold on. Xiao Yi is spending money again. By Gu's side, the little robot replied, "No, it's tax deductible. Let's eat, let's eat." Bai Gu picked up some food. "It must be tax deductible," the little robot emphasized. "The Li family Zhuangzi is so loyal to his master." Bai Gu sighed, "You're the thing." "This old man isn't. This stir-fried meat is pretty good." Bai Gu quickly changed the topic. He could not make the same mistake twice. I'm coming. 055. Are you short of electricity? When they pushed me, I told them to carry 2 more batteries. Another little robot was pushed in and asked the previous one. Thank you, 055. I'm not short of electricity. Chatting doesn't consume electricity. I'm just afraid of walking. I heard that someone saw you alone and bullied you. If we have too much electricity, we'll stab him with a stun baton. Forget it, I can bear it. Don't accidentally electrocute him to death. You're so kind-hearted, just like Dongzhu. You're also like Dongzhu, united and friendly. The 2 little robots chatted. Bai Gu felt uncomfortable, no matter how he listened. Were they specifically targeting him today? Eating, ignoring me, and daring to stab me with a stun baton? What was a stun baton? Did this little thing have other means of martial arts? The people of Luoyang did not know about the Long Yu Dao. At this moment, the entire Luoyang city was crazily spreading the news of the lecture. There was no need for additional artistic embellishments. The truth was enough. The river that Li Dongzhu drew flowed and never dissipated. Taoism was capable, but Buddhism was a little lacking. The people did not care about the difficulties the monks encountered. They only looked at the results. What did rain have to do with the Buddhist Dharma? Li Dongzhu flew around like it was raining. Instantly, many people headed to the Luoyang Taoist temple. They did not give incense money, nor did they offer incense. The people felt that it was better to offer incense to His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. The Taoists did have some means, but they were slightly inferior to Li Dongzhu. The Taoists were in a better mood. They did not feel terrible when there were people in more pain than them. They set up stalls and provided free medical treatment for the people. They did not use incense ashes to fool people. They also distributed the herbs they picked. While Li Yi confiscated half of the property, they quickly used it. Otherwise, it would be taken away. The monks in the temple were depressed. They did not usually pick herbs. Some were injured, but others were rare. Some former benefactors came to take a look before turning to leave. The monks did not dare say anything. They were afraid. Even now, they still did not understand how Li Yi had done those things. To Thagata, they were considering what to do. They could give him half of the property and land. But how should they split the temple? Should they draw a line in the middle of the temple? Half for themselves and the other half for Li Yi? Should they build a wall in the middle, or a curtain? Or a fence? If they did not give it to the temple, who would set the price if they exchanged it with something of equal value? The monks decided to wait and see how the Taoists would handle it. They were not in a hurry. It was said that the scriptures would be sent over first, free of charge. They did not have to copy the scriptures anymore, but the price was a little high. If they had known this would happen, they would have spent money to get Princess Jinxian to print it. Princess Jinxian, who they were thinking about, was eating. She looked at the printing workshop while eating. It was about 100 steps away, and the smell of the ink was too strong. "Master, how should we divide half of the property?" Princess Jinxian was eating chicken stewed with mushrooms, pine mushrooms stewed with blood red rivet mushrooms, and a small casserole. She was worried and angry at the monks and Taoists of Hunan Prefecture. "You are being used like this. Aren't they just books? I'm already here and will print it to you soon. Where did your wisdom go? Yi Fashion ate the same dish. There was soup which was suitable for rice. However, there were also yams in his casserole. He added them himself. Hearing Princess Jinxian's question, he shook his head. Everything after this is a small matter. Li Yi did not exterminate Buddhism. Buddhism is still useful. He looked at the problem from a different perspective. Li Yi never said that he wanted to exterminate Buddhism and Taoism. It was not good to have too much influence. Usually he had to help promote the imperial court. Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism could be used. Otherwise, why would Li Yi help to translate Buddhist scriptures, Taoist books, and Confucian classics? But how do we divide it? Princess Jinxian's question was simple. She was good at both Buddhism and Confucianism, but she had a deeper understanding of Taoism. She was not worried that she would be dealt with. She did not do anything to harm her brother. A temple and a monastery cannot be divided. All the temples and monasteries will draw the stars. Yi Fashion gave a solution. If one temple could not be drawn from the middle, 2 temples would be given out. When the people from the other temple were sent to this temple, it would be a matter of internal distribution. The person in charge would depend on the actual situation. Yes, it would depend on the person's strength. Li Yi is too scary. This is the first time I've seen him show his power. Princess Jinxian understood immediately. It turned out to be so simple. Her perception of Li Yi was different from before. Li Yi was still hiding a bigger secret. His power is not in flying, but in the people. The people of the Tang dynasty lit incense for his longevity tablet. That's right. Yi Fashion still looked at the problem from a higher perspective. It did not matter if Li Yi could fly or not. It was more important to let the people eat. Chapter 2132. Why do I smell stewed beef? In the cabin, Li Yi sniffed and muttered. After a moment, he sniffed again. Indeed, there are a lot of spices in it. It's the Li family Zhuangzi's recipe. As he spoke, he opened his eyes. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were covering their mouths and laughing. What time is it? Li Yi stretched and kicked his legs. 17:30. The little robot had been silent before, but now it answered. Li Lang, eat 2 mouthfuls of food before you sleep. You've been tired out these past few days, Princess Yongmu said with heartache. I'm not sleeping. I'll sleep at this time tomorrow. You 2 didn't eat either? We can go out to eat. After all, the yacht is not home. Li got up. He planned to not sleep for 24 hours, and then sleep for 12 hours. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear it, but he had no problem. He had experience and could take a nap at any time. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan shook their heads. They didn't eat. We'll wait for you. The little robot followed beside him with beef soup. Princess Yongmu, a burly female guard, pushed it. Now they had all become lazy. If they could be pushed, they wouldn't walk on their own. Their batteries were always full or close to full. They would use up some energy when they talked, but they could recharge when they were pushed. When Li Yi arrived at the cafeteria, Li Longji and the others had finished eating and didn't move their chopsticks. Third brother, why are you like this? Li Yi understood the situation when he saw it. I was going to eat, but 0055 and 0065 said that you were coming over and were waiting for you, Li Longji said bluntly. Ordinary officials would be grateful. Li nodded. Xiao Yi, let me ask you, are you a thing? Baigu didn't seem to have rested well, and he was slightly tired. There's a couplet. Above is not north and south. Many people will answer that below is not a thing. According to the rhyme, above is opposite. Above is opposite, not opposite is also between. The 8 winds blow north and south, the 4 seasons cycle, summer and winter. Therefore, above is not north and south, opposite is also between summer and winter. Is that okay? Li Yi told Baigu a rhyming story, using the format of a rhyming textbook. Let's eat, let's eat. Bai Gu didn't want to chat anymore. It must be north and south-facing summer and winter, the little robot 055 emphasized again, just as it had said it must be tax-deductible before. Xiao Yi, do you have any medicine for the heart? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. Heart disease should be treated by heart. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Hurry up and apologize to old Bai. Li Yi said to the little robot, How old is old Bai? How many months are you? Who do you think you are? The salt he has eaten is more than the road you have walked. No, the salt he has eaten is more than the electricity you have charged. Xiao Yi, there's no need. Don't talk about it anymore. I'm fine now. I suddenly feel better. Really, don't talk about it anymore. Bai Gu didn't dare to let Li Yi continue. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Dong Zhu, Bai Zaifu is actually not bad. Don't bully him. If you bully him until he's sick, won't you still have to treat him? Do you have nothing better to do? The little robot spoke. Bai Gu felt that the first two sentences made sense, but later, I know now. You don't want to go to the political affairs hall with me. You can say whatever you want, and I'll choose you. Bai Gu reacted and grasped the key point of the problem. Dong Zhu. The little robot asked for help. Old Bai doesn't know you. You look the same. When the time comes, you can hide and go somewhere else. Li Yi suggested. Isn't it jumping into a fire pit if others go? The little robot asked. How can the political affairs hall of the Tang dynasty be a fire pit? Bai Gu was angry. One fire and one earth. Didn't you name your family according to the 5 elements? After the little robot finished speaking, it moved on its own and hid behind Li Longji. Xiao Yi, 2 cows died in your zhuangzi. One died of old age. The other one was poisoned and ate the wrong grass. They tested it and said it was edible. Bai Gu found the medicine by itself. It didn't want to talk to the little robot. Li Longji drank a mouthful of soup to warm his stomach. Seeing that Li Yi also drank a mouthful, he said, It's snowing heavily in Longyu Road. I knew it on the way here. It's fine as long as people don't die. Sheep that freeze to death can be dealt with. Generally, the blood won't be released. Skin and cut the meat in time and soak the meat in cold water can soak the blood out. After that, cook it and hang it up to dry. People can eat it. What it takes is time. They're not afraid of wasting time in winter, so they just do it. In the past, they didn't know how to soak it and ate it directly after it melted. There's a probability that they'll get sick. Li explained, Can a sheep that freeze to death be eaten? Yes, it's always been possible. However, sudden cold death is different from slow death. If it's not handled well, there will be bacteria. If it was him at that time, he would tell them not to eat it and deal with it harmlessly. Not now. Can you not eat it just because you say so? He could only provide a method. Dong Zhu, I sent a telegram. According to the theory, it can't be eaten. The little robot spoke. It didn't operate like this before. Okay, generally, lambs won't freeze to death. Li nodded. Lambs can withstand the cold. Princess True Jade at another table was curious. The lambs will be carried to the tent. The children will even sleep with the lambs in their arms. In special weather, all the calves, ponies, and lambs will receive extra care, just like you. Noble Consort Lu, the Empress Dowager, told Princess True Jade. Li Longji bowed slightly to Noble Consort Lu. He was raised by Noble Consort Lu. Everyone ate. If someone else said this method, the officials would definitely promote them. When it came to Li Yi, it was a routine operation. There was no need to say anything. Don't worry about him. He should do it. After dinner, everyone sat down and ate fruit before resting. They didn't eat much for dinner, especially the staple food. Princess Jean Xian had a question. Dr. Li, the temple's property can be provided in a joint way. How will it be divided in the end? Simple. They divide and I choose, or I divide and they choose. Li Yi didn't have to think about it at all. It was just dividing the family property between the eldest and the second eldest. One divided and one chose. It was fair. It's really simple. Princess Jean Xian realized that she had worried for nothing. Her master said to divide the temple. The problem was how to divide it. In the end, Li Yi solved the problem with a sentence. It's simple. The difficult part is to lead them to develop their own property. Half of the property can actually create profits, many times higher than all the previous properties. The fertile land and property of the temple are all resources. How to make use of the resources to increase the added value is the concern of the higher-ups. If you don't develop yourself, you can't always suppress others. If the stream is not wide, it will stop the river from flowing. In the end, the river will surge and cannot be stopped. If the tree does not expand, the trees that suppress it will multiply. The vines will continue to grow. Like Tao, Buddha, and Confucianism, they exist by bullying others. They will not last long. Li Yi talked about philosophical problems. Be it Buddhism, Taoism, or Confucianism, they were all expressed in this. Dynasties have changed. Hundreds of years have passed. 10,000 species choose the marsh. A white steed flees a crack. Once extinguished, it is extinguished. What is not extinguished? It is the light of the yellow flame. The 9 Dragons Totem, the Long River of China. Chapter 2133. In the afternoon, after the food had been digested, Li Yi brought the nurses and disciples to the hospital. If the people were sick, they would be treated. The imperial physicians and local medical practitioners would also provide free medical services. The local medical practitioners could earn money by selling medicine. When outsiders were sick, they could not bear to spend money to buy medicine. They would take it from the Li family Zhuangzi. The locals were rich. With the money they earned from farming and handicrafts, coupled with the high annual output of indica rice, their lives were better year by year. They did not drink unboiled water and wash their hands frequently. The transmission of germs was reduced, and fewer people fell sick. The monks and Taoists of Hunan province, who were stationed in the temple, hurriedly rushed back, followed by the people from the government and the Li family's manor. When they arrived, they seized the items and estimated their value so that they could share half with Li Yi. The monks and Taoists of the capital government changed into ragged clothes with many patches. Their sleeves, trousers, and robes were neatly packed. They volunteered to work. Yi Fashion, Shan Wuwei, Sima Qingjin, and the other older people did not move. They stayed on Zhuangzi to recuperate. Yi Fashion said that he wanted to live a few more years. Yi Fashion was 103 years old this year. It was obviously not suitable for such a person to carry wood. In reality, monks and Taoists over 50 years old did not do manual labor. Some of them were responsible for continuing to translate sutras, while others were thinking of ways to preach. Yi Fashion was a mascot. He was over 100 years old and looked festive. When the little robot spoke to him, it never made him angry. Everyone read through the memorials. There were no areas that could be changed. They were distributed according to Li Yi's comments. An extra map was added to the receipt of Izhou, indicating the approximate location of coal mines. They could dig it themselves. The local people were ordered to first repair the road. Everyone contributed to the suspension bridge. The food was first provided. The canal went from Luoyang to the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River went upstream. When it reached the corresponding location of Izhou, the local people received their things. Tools for smelting iron, tools for daily use, food, cloth, salted duck and goose eggs, malaria pills, soap. Izhou had more than 1,000 households and less than 7,000 people. Izhou was not small. There were many local people. When Li Yi was there, most of the local area belonged to Jini City. The number of ethnic minorities there. At present, the people of Izhou mainly lived in small groups. They did not enter their birthplace and could not be found in the books. God knew how many people there were. He had no place of origin, did not pay rent, and did not care about mediocrity. If they wanted to work in the area, they could only look for people with birthplace, which was not enough. Tell the officials of the state capital to make things clear with the locals. Give them some benefits, and everyone will repair the roads together. Once the roads are repaired, everyone will walk together. The Li family Zhuangzi of Chang, and Bai Shui guaranteed that they would not lie, so don't worry. This local was indeed willing to cooperate. They were close to Yuzhou. Li Yi flew over to stabilize Wan Jiayuan's injuries. The news had already reached Yizhou, and Yuzhou was cooperating with other places to mine coal and fish for gold. Dongzhu's pickled vegetables came from nearby Fuling, the key place where the Fuling River entered the Yangtze River. Many people saw the Tang dynasty cruiser passing by, and Li Yi flying in the sky, picking stars to form characters. Tell the locals that they don't need to pay rent for the registration. Those who were originally registered will have to pay extra. He gave her tools and soap when she entered her hometown. He also gave her food and salted eggs from the Li family Zhuangzi to build a road for her. Li Yi wanted to see the specific number of people so that he could make follow-up arrangements. With the sudden increase of 100,000 people, Li Yi dared to throw over 100,000 yuan to help the local development and set an example for the surrounding areas. Guizhou province was located there, and the development speed was not fast enough. The tourism industry was on the rise, and it was not suitable for the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, why don't you send a team of officials over? Take 20 out of the 220 students of the Li family Zhuangzi, and add other officials. Zhang Jiling finished the last memorial he was responsible for and suggested to Li Longji, who was reading on a tablet in the political affairs hall. Li Longji's fingers slid around the screen. Currency is giving me a headache. Take a break and read Journey to the West. As he spoke, he put the tablet into the drawer of the small robot, and the small robot began to charge the tablet. The local officials may be conflicted. Li Longji considered that the local officials would be unhappy if he sent a team of people. Zhang Jiling continued, the number of households is increasing, and the way they are governed is different. Each place is dominated by strongholds, and they must be investigated on the spot. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment. In that case, take the train from Chang until Luoyang. It's faster. Your Majesty, order them to take the road from Chang and directly go south. They can't take a boat, and it will take too much time. Zhang Jiling suggested again that going with the goods was too slow. Li Longji nodded. Okay, who will choose the other officials? Luoyang, take 40 people who are most worried about the examination and go to Yizhou. If the matter is done, they will be given important tasks, including registrars, county officials, county officers, and officials. After Zhang Jiling finished speaking, he looked at Song Jing. The transfer of officials needed Song Jing's support. Song Jing revised the memorial that Li Yi had annotated. He needed to polish it. When he heard Zhang Jiling's words, he gently put the revised book to the side and waited for the ink to dry before closing it. In passing, he put down the pen. If Li Yi personally goes, Yizhou will have no worries. Li Longji was slightly stunned and then said, Brother, Yi has no experience as an official. You are quite accomplished as the governor of Guangzhou. Your Majesty misunderstood. I was just saying that Li Yi is very capable. I think that Zhang Jiling's words are reasonable. Song Jing was shocked. He didn't want to be the provincial governor of a small province. It wasn't easy to govern. If he asked Li Yi to go, he would be at ease. He was right, wasn't he? Bai Go was anxious. Your Majesty, Guangping speaks without thinking. People like me, who are old, always want to guide the younger generation. However, I would rather have the younger generation by my side. In case of a headache or fever, the younger generation can also carry water. He reminded Song Jing that Xiao Yi was only good at governing. He was just as good at treating illnesses. Weren't you worried that he wouldn't be there when you were sick? Of course, of course. I will choose people now. Song Jing didn't dare to say more. He needed someone to treat him, but the Emperor Emeritus and Empress Dowager needed it even more. Otherwise, why would everyone follow Li Yi wherever he went? Could it be that the Li family Zhuangzi wasn't comfortable living there? I agree. Su Yi saw everyone looking at him and quickly agreed. He didn't want to be the provincial governor either. A telegram was sent to Chang, and 20 students from the second batch of the Li family Zhuangzi were selected to take their things to Yizhou. Hunan Prefecture selected 40 people. They had to be healthy and not fall sick. The specific situation wasn't mentioned during the selection, only Yizhou. The selected officials would only know about it during dinner. The distance was far. A large box of things was sent to them as a settlement fee. It was the last night. They would depart the next morning. They would say what they needed to say to their wives quickly. The next morning, there was a car to pick them up. They didn't even have time for breakfast. The parting words were short. Whether it was laughter or tears, it didn't matter. At 9 o'clock in the morning, for officials gathered at the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji personally received them, but didn't say anything. After everyone finished their greetings, they felt uneasy. The officials were also silent. Li Yi looked around and said, "The first thing to do is to take care of your health. Communicate with colleagues from other places. There's no need to worry about safety. 200 of His Majesty's private soldiers will follow. Li Dongzhu? Who else?" An official heard the words colleagues from other places and asked doubtfully, "Some juniors. You all have rich experience. Teach them patiently," Li Yi replied. "Where did they come from? They can't be too uneducated. I'm also a Jinsher, second class." The official puffed out his chest. Chapter 2134. The other officials also raised their chins. "Our evaluation is superior, so we need to have education and experience. You can't arrange for people who can't even read to follow us and ask us for help. The place is too remote, so it's not easy." Sigh. Li Yi sighed. He was at a loss. Yao Chong couldn't stand it anymore. The second batch of students to enter Li family Zhuangzi will be 20 of the top 220 students. After becoming a grand scholar, you will first study and then go to the villages to work with the village officials. You will start from the bottom when you enter the county government. You haven't learned well enough, so you will need to go to a distant place to continue learning from you. The 40 officials were speechless. "Thank you, Li Dongzhu." The official who asked the question just now happily thanked him. He bowed and bowed again. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder. He struggled twice but couldn't break free. He turned his head and saw that the other party was blind in one eye and had an unfriendly gaze. Communicate more, and you can't be indecisive. However, you can't be obstinate and self-opinionated. Li Yi emphasized obstinate and self-opinionated. When you reach the place, you will cooperate with the students from Zhuangzi and assist them. Don't worry, Li Dongzhu. We promise not to cause trouble. Be obedient. The official was clever. The other officials were also happy. They thought that they would go to a remote place to suffer, but there were actually students from the family Zhuangzi. Those students knew how to do all kinds of work, such as breeding, planting, simple crafting, trading. It wasn't easy for the imperial court to train one. No, it was not easy for the Li family Zhuangzi to train one. But they suddenly released 20 of them. They definitely weren't exiled. They looked at their colleagues, who were either superior in their evaluations. What's wrong with Yizhou? Why did the imperial court send out such a lineup? As if guessing their thoughts, Li Yi continued, "There are many villagers in the area, and there are many conflicts between villages due to marriage. Getting them registered is a small matter. The stability of each village is the most important thing." As Li Yi spoke, a palace made beside him handed out booklets to the officials, one for each person. There are strategies to deal with common situations, especially the feuds between villages. Learn well on the way. Li Yi finished speaking and waved his hand. "Goodbye. I won't be seeing you off." The officials bid farewell to Li Longji and the other ministers, and then they followed the 200 recruits to the canteen to eat first. Li Yi stood up and was about to leave. He had come here mainly to deliver the booklet. Zhang Jiling had suggested sending officials instead of preparing logistics. The officials would have to waste time exploring the place on their own. Xiao Yi, wait, Songjing said. Old Song, what do you want to eat for lunch? Li Yi turned around. If it's not for eating, do you have more of that book? Songjing asked. Old Song, you don't need it. Li Yi waved his hand. Take a look. Can the feud in the village be resolved? Songjing wanted to take a look. When he was the governor of the Guangzhou Commander-in-Chief Manor, the problem he was most afraid of encountering was feuds. This included fighting for water, marriage, ownership of prey, entering other people's territory to cut down trees, and so on. Conflicts could lead to death. When encountering such a situation, it was no longer a matter of who was right or wrong. Both sides didn't need to be reasonable. Whenever he saw such a situation, he would feel vexed. If he could not solve the problem, would he have to use his authority to suppress it? The more he suppressed it, the more serious it became. Today, he found out that it could actually be written in the book to teach officials. What was written? I'll give you one. Li Yi saw that Songjing insisted, so he agreed. Bai Gu coughed. One for each of you. Li Yi was straightforward. He didn't wait for everyone to cough. After saying that, he left and asked people to copy it. They had also copied it previously. Printing used paper, and printing paper required a lifespan. Not long after, the copied books were sent to Li Longji and the others who were preparing for the tea party. None of them were not curious. What kind of methods were used? Li Lang, is what is recorded in the book useful? Princess Yongmu didn't want the book, so she asked. In the entire world, there is only one group that can come into contact with this matter, the party. The party is a group of gentlemen and not a party. The party is a group of villains and not a party. Li Yi raised a finger and said proudly that he was a party member. The party is a group of gentlemen and not a party. Princess Yongmu nodded. Yes, there is only one party in the world that can solve the problems of various ethnic groups and classes. The name is not important. The most important thing is to serve the people. The party of villains, the party fights first, not asking right or wrong. The party of gentlemen, the people first, curing diseases and saving people. If you join this party, you must be prepared to sacrifice for the people. At the critical moment, even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, you must rush to the front without hesitation. Li Yi praised, but there were actually some bad things in it. However, it was promoting positive energy, right? What party? Xiao Lan was curious. A magnificent Tang party. Li Yi took a while to come up with the magnificent Tang party. Shui Li family Zhuangzi party. Sounds good. Princess Yongmu said and nodded. The magnificent Tang party is also good. Yes, the only way to solve the problem is the party constitution. Li Yi was helpless. The party constitution can't be drunk. Princess Yongmu laughed. That was Du Kong. Then she reacted. Li Lang, go and sleep for a while. No, I've been sleeping on and off for 2 hours. I miss it. Li Yi shook his head and refused. He would sleep after dinner and had not eaten lunch yet. Xiaolan and I made steamed buns for lunch. We made fried buns. We drank wild vegetable egg soup. The wild vegetables were picked by Ma Dan, Go Dan, and Donkey Dan, Donkey Dan, looks strong now, not like when he was sick. He smiled at everyone he saw. Most of the wild vegetables can't be eaten, so Xiaolan and I picked the tender ones to make soup. Princess Yongmu talked about the craftsman's child. At that time, the baby had a fever. Now that he was in good health, his 2 brothers helped him while digging the wild vegetables, but they were more of a hindrance. There were not many wild vegetables in Luoyang. Most of them were old, and a small number of them were old in the summer. However, after the seeds were planted, they sprouted. Either they could not survive the winter and freeze to death, or they could survive and bloom, first in spring. That's great. I've long wanted to eat fried buns. There are also wild vegetables. The ones in the greenhouse can't compare to those that grow in the natural environment. Li Yi chose to say something nice. In fact, he could eat anything. Xiaolan added, put in some carrots. Leave the leaves on them and slowly raise them. When spring comes, they will be bigger than normal. You can plant them in advance. All right, Li Yi nodded. It's Li Lang's idea that is good. Cabbage, radish, and carrots can be planted in cold places in winter. Princess Yongmu had a proud look on her face as she spoke. There were seeds. In the past, they had to be placed in the south before the seeds were transported over. Otherwise, the vegetables could not survive the winter. In winter, the cabbage, radish, and carrots could not be planted. They had to wait until next year. If they could not survive winter, how could they wait until next year? Now there was a solution. The cabbage and radish were placed in the cellar. When spring came, they would sprout, just like green onions. They could dig out the top part of the cabbage and plant it in the ground. There were also radish and carrots. When it was time to plant them, they could collect seeds in the autumn. In the north, cellars and houses could be used to help the root crops survive the winter. This would save a lot of transportation costs. Together with the greenhouse, they could grow things at any time. It's mainly for the sake of the sun and germination of potatoes in the future. When the time comes, Zhuangzi and the agriculture temple will be responsible for removing the poison from the potatoes and sweet potatoes and changing the seeds. Li Yi, who was a little sleepy a moment ago, was now energized. When it came to the people's livelihood, every step had to be done directly and not take any detours. Chapter 2135. Why are there still fried buns? Baigu finished eating at noon and suddenly realized that there were fried buns on some people's plates. This someone was Li Yi. Li Yi had to eat it along with the wild vegetable soup. Be careful when you eat. Don't hurt your upper jaw, noble consort, Lu said from not far away. She and Li Dan were also eating fried buns. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan made 150 dumpling-shaped buns. Why weren't they in the shape of buns? Because buns weren't as fast as dumplings, and buns had to be made with many folds. Of course, if the fried buns were wrapped in the shape of wheat ears, they wouldn't be any less than buns. Li Yi wanted to eat 20 of the 150 buns, and the others divided them. The children who could eat by themselves had to eat, and Li Longji had to eat. The other concubines could only eat 1 or 2 each, and it would be gone if they split it. Princess True Jade, Princess Golden Immortal, Princess Jincheng, and Chi Dai Pearl Dan could only eat 2 or 3 each. Ordinary people couldn't afford to eat this. It had fish paste and shrimp fillings. There were also leeks and frozen crab paste inside. Oh, Bai, do you want to eat? I'll make it for you tonight. Li Yi didn't want to give up his share. I don't care. Bai Gu was angry and didn't want to eat. I'll give you 10. Li Yi pulled Bai Gu's plate and took it. 5 is enough. Try it. There's too much seafood. It won't do. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. I'm here. What are you afraid of? I can eat it. Give me some of your rice. Li Yi took some rice from Bai Gu's plate and put it on his plate. He took a lot, 4/5 of it. Bai Gu couldn't eat too much of the staple food after eating 10 fried buns. It was different from the ones made by the people after the newspaper's instructions. The people made them faster and bigger. They would be full after eating 4 or 5. People usually made vegetable buns with a bit of meat, lard, or oil mixed in. The 3 delicacies, stuffing had to wait for summer. Leeks were cheap, so he added a little egg and shrimp skin. Sometimes there was no shrimp skin, so it was also called 3 delicacies stuffing. If it was next to the river, it would be even better to put fish meat in the river. Bai Gu waited. He didn't lift Li Yi's chopsticks to pick something for himself. In terms of money, he would be the first to ask Li Yi how much tax he had to pay. In other aspects, when someone tried to impeach Li Yi, he was the first to stand up and ask the people in the group to investigate the other party. After Li Yi had finished adjusting, Bai Gu picked up a fried bun and took a bite. It's delicious. Xiao Yi, how did you come up with the idea of having a competition between 2 feuding strongholds? I didn't say there were only 2. Many strongholds participated. "I'll pay for the prizes." Li Yi emphasized the number of participants. Why was there only 2? Large-scale events required many people to participate and act as witnesses. Kwan of Ijo, the contents of the booklet you wrote for 20 people were different from the contents of the booklet for 40 people in Hunan province. There were actually racing rafts in it. Then you sabotaged some of the rafts and caused them to leak. The 2 feuding strongholds competed. What were you trying to do? See if the other party would save them? If the other party didn't save them, what was the point of recruiting soldiers to save them? Baigu talked about another set of booklets. It was prepared for the students of the Li family Zhuangzi. They had a feud and insisted on competing. The problems during the competition were man-made. I gave you the 4th booklet. Okay, it's all progressing. Li Yi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. There's more. Baigu understood that he had only taken part of it. They have a feud. Can't you do things systematically? Otherwise, it would be useless even if I flew over personally. If you want the strongholds to reconcile, it's no different from fighting a war. You have to use a strategy. Before the competition, you have to advertise. Because of a misunderstanding, a few brothers became estranged. Later, there was an invasion. The brothers helped each other and defeated the enemy together. Then, they found out that the previous estrangement and misunderstanding were caused by the enemy. The enemy had been waiting for a long time. Li Yi talked about his arrangements step by step as if he was telling a story. The stronghold first looked at it and then was unwilling to accept it. Then, they admitted that part of it was right. When a problem occurred during the competition, should they save them or not? What was involved was no longer a feud, but the tolerance of their own stronghold. The foreshadowing in the beginning was for this, one set after another. This included inviting the locals to sing and dance, bribing the locals to cheer during the rescue, and so on. Baigu was dumbfounded. Shao Yi, you schemed. Have you schemed against me before? Yes, including Her Majesty. I schemed against all of you. Li Yi actually admitted it. What are you scheming for? Baigu felt that the fried buns were not delicious anymore. For the people to have ample food and clothing. For the Tang dynasty to be proud of the world. What do you think? Li Yi told the truth. He was not lying at all. There's fish in this fried bun, right? It's delicious. Baigu smacked his lips. He realized that the fried buns tasted too good. The main thing is that there are no bones. Oh, Bai, don't worry and eat. At most, you'll get pricked in the esophagus. I'll cut it open and sew it up for you. You won't die. This kind of means Buddha is merciful. There are still 18 arhats. Li Yi interrupted Baigu. Go eat by the side. Don't disturb me. Baigu looked at him with disdain. It's fine if I don't disturb you, but you're here to eat now. You have to go back. Li Yi reminded him. Bring your plate to me. No wonder it's disgusting. Bah. Baigu said, picked up his plate, and left. Aya, if I knew this would be the result, I would have drugged it just now. It's too late for regrets. Li Yi looked very depressed. Li Lang, can't you do it now? Princess Yongmu expressed her support and drugged Old Bai. No, everyone knows. Let's eat. Old Bai actually likes rice crust. Rice that's served at the bottom of the pot. Li Yi suddenly realized that Baigu's rice was mostly rice crust. He looked at it with disdain. The surrounding people were all listening and nodded. Yes, don't drug it. Otherwise, we'll all be afraid. Sometimes happiness was contagious. Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi and the large group of people who decided the affairs of the Tang dynasty were happy. The people in the areas affected by the snow disaster were also not worried. The telegrams were sent, and the supplies were sent quickly. Persevere, persevere. The frozen livestock were quickly dealt with. This kind of immortal means is too frightening. The telegrams are sent without any gaps. Wang Juankue, who was originally with Guojun in the south, ran to the northwest with the main group. He sighed. Tubo was fine. What could he do if he went back? The most important thing was to resist the assault of Chishur and the Abbasid Caliphate. Every place is progressing step by step. This means that there are things to send. The income along the Yellow River has indeed increased after the victory. Zhongliang looked at things from a different perspective. It was fine if there were things to send, but what if there was nothing? Guajin ate a lamb leg. He chewed a few times before swallowing it down. With Li Yi around, everything is fine. In all the dynasties, he's the only one. He's too strong. He admitted that Li Yi was powerful. He was planning and sending supplies at the same time. This was a kind of absolute will. It was aimed at Tubo. You don't need to care about the price I paid. Countless money was poured down. When had Tubo's tribe ever seen such a scene? From weapons to logistics, it was like an avalanche. After beating Tubo to his knees in one breath, he turned to face the Turks and mobilized the power of the 4 Daos to force Shaohai. Zhang Shaosong did not consider Li Yi. His worry was written all over his face. After the snow, it won't be easy to fight. We've lost too many soldiers. Chapter 2136. Zhang Shaosong had always viewed the Abbasid Caliphate and the commandos as thorns in his eyes. Back then, he had no choice but to support Su Lu. Su Lu had received benefits from Tubo, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the Tang dynasty. To put it nicely, the Tang dynasty had rewarded Su Lu, but in reality he had paid protection fees and was beaten up after paying. Su Lu had always wanted to take down Suiya town. After taking down Suiya town, he would be able to contact the later Turks and receive money from all sides. Now that Tubo had submitted, the later Turks were shivering in the cold, and the Abbasid Caliphate had suffered heavy losses. With the Tang dynasty's army here, Su Lu would feel uncomfortable if he did not fight. Zhang Shaosong really wanted to call Su Lu and say, "Are you going to be so arrogant? Are you going to jump around? Are you going to be so arrogant? It's a pity. If we use some of our logistics, Su Lu will not be stable in the weather." Fight. Zhang Shaosong looked at the others and asked for their opinion. No, absolutely not. The exchange of captives has not been completed. If we send troops now, the exchange of captives will stop. The commandos will no longer capture the Abbasid Caliphate. Besides, Li Yi cares more about the lives of the local people in winter. The construction of the second railway and the Yellow River Bridge will cost too much money. If we send troops, where will Li Yi get more baggage and supplies? Transportation is difficult in winter, and the people of Shu have to pay a lot. We should take care of them. Guajiyun firmly rejected. If you go to war, Li Yi will not be able to bear it. Wang, Jun Kuei added, the soldiers have to rotate and rest. If they are outside for a long time, the morale of the soldiers will be unstable. Send a report to Li Yi. Zhang Zhongliang was also tired. They had to guard a large area of the Yellow River and still had to work. Everyone was homesick. It was not easy for them to come back for a change, but they had to go out to fight again. They could not increase the population, so they had to go home to find wives and have children. Those who did not have wives should set up new families while they were rewarded for their contributions. Fine, let's send the report. Zhang Shaosong saw that everyone supported him, so he could not go out. Everyone remembered it in their hearts. Send the report in the morning and in the middle of the night. How many people would it be? Most importantly, he hadn't even fought yet. He was just asking. Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi received a telegram when he was having breakfast in the morning. It was late, so he held a morning meeting first. At the beginning of the imperial court meeting, Yao Chong was the assistant prime minister, but during the Wu period, there were too many disputes. Currently, 2 hours was considered long. Usually, it would end after a little over an hour. If there was nothing important, because the imperial court was rich, many problems that could be solved with money would be debated. Where to pay 2,000 taels was considered a large sum of money, so they had to discuss it properly. By this year, 20,000 taels was not worth the time. Seeing that the situation is about right, I'll give it to you. I'll take responsibility for the audit later. Songda only listened and didn't speak. Learning how to work in the imperial court would make it easier for him to take the imperial examinations next year. 2,000 taels was just a small amount in his eyes, so he didn't care. He would only check if it exceeded 10,000 taels. When the telegram arrived, he was reporting to Li Yi. He wanted to write down his insights, but Li Yi told him not to talk about those useless things. What insights did the imperial court have? Songda sat down and ate with them. He sat with half of his buttocks and his back straight. Relax, it's been so many years. Li Yi told Songda that he didn't need to be like this. He felt that Songda was becoming more and more respectful. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Small families can do whatever they want. Our Li family Zhuangzi needs to be respected. Songda replied, "Respect my ass. The less capable a person is, the more he needs to prove himself. Do I need to pretend? Sit properly." Oh, Songda moved and felt comfortable. Today they were eating rice noodles. In the morning, they made soup noodles and bone soup. There was nothing in it, and a bunch of side dishes were placed on the table. At this time, the villagers who had just finished their work took a bath and looked at the dishes in front of them. Their faces were full of happiness. The rice noodles are more fragrant than steamed rice. It's just that there are too many steps to make it. It's not convenient for ordinary people. Lu Chong looked at the rice noodles and gave his evaluation. He even had thoughts about eating. Li Yi lowered his head and ate the rice noodles. He pretended not to hear and didn't want to waste time. Su Yi stopped eating and said, "The rice noodles are not suitable for families to make by themselves. When it appears in the form of a workshop, the price will be lower and the time will be less. The noodle shops in the Ministry of Revenue can also do it, but there is a shortage of goods in other places. It's better to set up a local workshop." Bai Gu was familiar with this. There is a shop in a village that specializes in making rice noodles. I think it won't be bad. Song Jing proposed a small-scale workshop. Zhang Jiling followed and said, "In my hometown and other places, the annual yield of the indica rice is high. It's better to eat rice noodles than indica rice. Ask Gang Ro to provide more ways to cook rice noodles." The four ministers explained the situation clearly. They understood such a small matter. If they didn't understand it, Tuan Er wouldn't let them in. As for the quality of the products, they didn't need to worry. In the Tang dynasty, if anyone made food and sold it and made the customers sick once the government intervened, they would be arrested. They just needed to compensate. If it was verified, the shop would be closed and the people would spread the word by word. If they sold shoddy goods, they would be sentenced and beaten with a cane. The cost of crime was too high. The people didn't dare to do it. If you deliberately sold inferior things in a village, the village chief would intervene. You should leave the village. The government was good and regulated. The more there was no war, the better. However, it was another case to sell one's body to bury one's parents. You could ask the government for help. The government would help you bury it for free. Selling one's body was for the sake of appearance. Whoever bought it would have to arrange a place for them. It was not enough to just dig a hole and put it in a coffin. At this time, Li Yi said, "Rice noodles are just soup noodles and fried noodles. The taste depends on what ingredients are added. The canteen has the recipe. You can just upload it in the newspaper. In addition, if you want to change the cooking method, all the current methods can be used." He knew that it was like spaghetti. If he wanted to make it, he could make thousands of different combinations. Rice noodles were better than noodles. If noodles were cooked for a long time or fried, they would break. Fried noodles should be stretched noodles or handmade noodles. Someone came over and handed Gao Lisher a piece of paper. Gao Lisher looked at it and bent down to speak in Li Longji's ear. Zhang Shaosong asked if he could send troops to attack the cavalry. Li Longji looked at the officials. Everyone stopped. Song Jing looked unhappy. Look, the general had a large number of troops in his hands and always wanted to cause trouble. Bai Gu looked at the little robot next to him. "Why didn't you say anything?" "If I said it, it would be like now. Everyone is not eating. It's not like they have already started fighting. What's the hurry? The little robot was reasonable. Look, all of you stopped. Gao Lisher. He suddenly realized that he should wait for Her Majesty to finish eating. The little robot understood. He actually forgot. When he saw the military report, he became anxious. Li Yi took the opportunity to use his chopsticks to eat the rice noodles. The soup noodles were eaten very quickly. He picked up the bowl and gulped down the soup. It doesn't matter if they fight or not. Bai Gu and the others, you can talk about it later. We haven't finished eating. Xiao Yi, eat some fruit. Bai Gu was helpless. Okay, let's talk while we eat. Li Yi agreed. Dr. Li, Gao Lisher came behind Li Yi. Let's talk after eating. There's no hurry. Li Yi changed his words. The cause of the matter was that Gao Lisher did not handle it well. Everyone quickly ate and did not talk nonsense. Li Yi did not eat the fruit. He drank so much soup and did not want to eat, so he ate the dried fruit. Hazelnuts and pine nuts tasted good. They were this year's new products. Last year's old products looked at the situation and selected the bad ones. The rest were sold at a reduced price. Chapter 2137. It took them half an hour to finish their meal. They didn't care about the intelligence report at all, as long as Li Yi didn't say anything. They had the willpower and were used to it. When there was no telegram, the border would send urgent military intelligence. After receiving it, shouldn't they eat, sleep, and sleep? The telegram arrived in an instant. How could they be in a hurry? The dried fruits were here. Let's talk while eating. Xiao Yi, aren't you busy? Just in time. Bai Gu picked up a pair of pliers. I'm busy. I need to go to the hospital. Li Yi shook his head. No, there's no emergency treatment. You stay here and talk about whether or not we'll fight. Bai Gu disagreed. Oh, Li Yi agreed. Whether we fight or not, there are pros and cons. If we fight, Zhuangzi will take out the reserves to support us, which will cost us a lot of money. The commandos are capturing the Abbasid Caliphate to exchange for prisoners. Our income will decrease. The advantage is that Su Lu is facing the heavy snow, and internal conflicts among his tribesmen will worsen. Once the Tang dynasty wins, Su Lu might be killed by his own people. For example, I can add a bounty. From next year onwards, the trade routes will be open. The Abbasid Caliphate can't withstand the military forces of the Tang dynasty and can only give up. Do you want to fight? Song Jing hated war, but he could see Li Yi's thoughts. I don't want to fight. The soldiers should rest. It's best to send out troops in spring next year, Li Yi replied. The commandos will have green grass in spring. It's not good for the Tang dynasty to fight, right? Su Yi thought of lush vegetation when he thought of spring. The wild vegetables in Luoyang are delicious at the beginning of spring, but it's still covered in snow. After a whole winter, Su Lu's men and horses don't have enough food. Our men have recovered and the horses have fattened. The Li family Zhuangzi has enough provisions. Before spring, we'll slowly send them there with the help of firearms. We can cripple Su Lu in one go. As long as we don't surround him, he won't be able to form a formation of mourning soldiers. Li Yi emphasized the difference between regions. Do you think there's grass everywhere in spring? The local climate is unpredictable. Have you ever seen snow seal the roads in July and August? Places without reserves were the most difficult to endure in the spring. When the sun rose, they would feel the piercing cold. It was glaring. The snow reflected the light, piercing to the bone and not piercing to the bone. One could see through many clothes. The group of people understood. That was no matter when the war started, the imperial court did not need to take responsibility. With the strength of one manor, they could single-handedly support the logistics of the war against Su Lu. It wasn't just buying things. It was just Zhuangzi's stock. During the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, some large families could provide baggage for one battle, but the scale was not large. Li Riji thought of history. In the past, there were many small countries that fought against each other. The local big clans could provide provisions for thousands of people to go to war. Once they won the war, the benefits they would receive would multiply by several times, or even dozens of times. The prerequisite was that they didn't get annihilated by the people who funded them. However, attacking Sulu was definitely not a baggage army consisting of several thousand people, and it was even more unlikely that they would attack from the vicinity of the Li family Zhuangzi. At the very least, they would need to send out 200,000 troops to defeat Sulu in one go. How many warehouses have you built in Zhuangzi? You usually spend a lot of money. How come you still have more? When Lu Youqiu heard this, he smiled and said to Li Yi, when the 5 hegemons and 7 heroes come, you will be the first to be destroyed. Right now, it's the Tang dynasty. Can't His Majesty tolerate me? However, if someone really wants to rob the Li family Zhuangzi, I can only fly away with my families when Tian and Xiaolon. Li Yi nodded, as if he agreed with what he said. Lu Youqiu, you're flying away? Sorry, I forgot about your military strength in Zhuangzi. You have so many heavy machine guns. You can use them to form a gun formation. Actually, you don't need to, right? You can fly and kill the generals with the heavy machine guns. The generals can't hide. Li Longji waved his hand and asked Li Yi to sit down and talk. Li Yi had to give this face. It was not good to let Li Longji come to his side. Li Longji gave a handful of hazelnuts to Li Yi. Brother Yi, what about next spring? His Majesty is in charge of this matter. Third brother, you can tell His Majesty which one you think is good. Li Yi let him have the right to decide. You mention it, and I will tell His Majesty. Li Longji was not sure. Spring, we have enough supplies now. We can rest and recuperate, but they can't. For example, the Turks, they will be satisfied to live. Okay, next spring, how about March? Looking at the weather, it's best to have heavy snow in March. If it doesn't, we will attack when the grass is green. Li Yi gave the answer. If it snows, they will wait. The other party will use up their supplies. If there is no snow, they will not give the other party's horses a chance to eat grass. Su Yi picked the pine nuts with his fingernails. It should be before the grass is green. When the grass is green, the horses will have grass to eat. Maybe Ting Shua doesn't know. Li Longji pulled a pile of hazelnut shells into the bamboo bin. He continued, there is ice and snow near the grass. The sheep and horses will have a hard time eating it. They will use their hooves to dig and hurt their hooves. The sheep will fall sick easily after their hooves are injured and can't eat grass. How can the horses run quickly on the battlefield with their hooves injured? Even if the winged knights have a cut on their feet, they can continue to fight, but it will affect their tactical movements. Su Yi cupped his fists. His face was calm without a trace of shame. He had practiced it. Even if he had a cut on his face, it would not affect his expression. He was speechless. How did the conversation turn into specific tactics when they talked about strategy? Even the horses' hooves were calculated. Li Yi gave more than 20 pine nuts to Li Longji. This year, the greenhouse can be used to grow wild vegetables. The yield is high, and the fiber content is high. Next spring, everyone will go and dig up wild vegetables. It is best to make soup. Some people miss the hard times and make rice dumplings. This year, we will dig up some bean worms from the capital office and fry them for the people to eat. Xiao Yi has worked hard and contributed a lot, Bai Gu said with emotion. It's not hard work. I have Wen Tian and Xiaolon to accompany me. My life is sweet. Li Yi shook his head. Why should I work hard? I enjoy the good things. I eat the chaff and eat the vegetables. I don't have that kind of realm. Bai Gu stood up and took the pine nuts that Li Yi had pinched out. He stuffed them into his mouth and chewed hard. He wanted to praise Li Yi, but Li Yi did not cooperate. In the past, he did not understand Li Yi's words. Now he knew. He told the people to eat wild vegetables in the form of soup. Wild vegetables were different from those grown in the greenhouse. They had more minerals. The capital office's bean worms were shipped over for the people to eat. The people felt that the taste was good and would raise them. Overall, the yield reduction rate of beans was not as economic and nutritious as raising beanworms. Moreover, beanworms did not necessarily have to eat the leaves of beans. They could eat the leaves of many plants. Idle chatter was the livelihood of the people, but he was not a gentleman. Dongzhu, the Arabs who have been in the Tang dynasty for nearly 2 months, have arrived in Zhuangzi. Li Guiheng hurried over. He was in charge of some specific matters here. Li Yi stopped pinching the pine nuts. After a few breaths, he said, 22 people and 2 boats. Li Guiheng nodded. Yes, they're here. How long has it been? Why are they only here now? I almost forgot about them. Li Yi patted his head. Yes, there were people. Before they came from Chang, and those people had already arrived in Haizhou. They were too busy and did not have a sense of existence. Honglu Temple should contact them first, Yao Chong reminded. He was afraid that Li Yi was in a hurry to meet them. Where was the dignity of the Tang dynasty? Okay, I'll prepare something. It's not easy for them to come. We have to ask them to help us advertise. Li Yi agreed with Yao Chong's suggestion, but they had different ideas. Chapter 2138. Dongzhu. They've always lived in Haizhou. Seeing the situation in Haizhou, they took the train to Luoyang once. They stayed for less than a day before returning to Haizhou. Li Guiheng continued to report to Li Yi. He was in charge of Luoyang's affairs, including intelligence. Zhang Shua said to Li Longji, Hunan's Honglu Temple is in contact with the officials. They pay more attention to the living conditions of the people of the Tang dynasty, especially the fishing and railway transportation. When he finished, Gao Lishur said they're working hard to learn the local language of the Tang dynasty. The language of Guangzhou in the Tang dynasty is different from that of Haizhou, Luoyang, and Chang. The official language is similar, but it also includes the accent. They pay attention to fishing nets, poultry, livestock, and prices. Yao Chong stood up. Your Majesty, they've exchanged some small items, such as buttons, leather shoes, and leather shoe buckles. They seem to be more interested in auxiliary items. The 4 intelligence departments of the Tang dynasty gathered information from all sides. This was true for foreign merchants, and even more so for the Tang dynasty. The suffering of the officials of the Tang dynasty. In the past, only one department investigated. Now, the 4 departments were not subordinate to each other and acted independently. There was also a 5th department's inspector. If you want to do something bad, you can't find a way to bribe someone when you know someone is investigating. There were too many ways. Even if there were still people who took risks, most of them were reduced. None of the officials in the main traffic areas were not afraid because they didn't know who was investigating. The local officials who printed the newspapers knew that these people would snitch on them. Sometimes the relay stations might send information to the higher-ups through official channels. The officials communicated with each other. There was no need to consider the officials. Send a message to the lower level to entertain such a group. Also, do you know where the other groups are? Gao Lishur's group had physiological characteristics that needed to be identified carefully. Perhaps someone in the group knew them and could provide information. It was impossible to find the Li family Zhuangzi's men. Even if they could find them, it was impossible to bribe them. Kill them? Try killing one? For a time, the local law and order became better. No one dared to touch strangers. You didn't know if they were the Li family Zhuangzi's men. If you think it's true, maybe it's true. You're afraid. Find a hoodlum to kill the Li family Zhuangzi's men. Then kill the hoodlum and bury him. No, Li Dongzhu has a good relationship with King Yanluo, and he always fights King Yanluo and judges. Zhuangzi had promised to ask the dead, and once he did, wouldn't he be able to find out everything? It didn't matter how many middlemen he killed. It all depended on whether Li Dongzhu would investigate or not. As soon as the 22 barbarian merchants arrived, all parties immediately reported the arrival of the barbarian merchants. When foreign officials came to court, they had to go through the Honglu Temple. When doing business, they had to go through the merchant department. The former belonged to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, while the latter belonged to the customs. Xiao Yi, do you want to sell the seeds to them? Bai Gu didn't forget that Li Yi wanted to trick them into selling the seeds. Li Yi thought about it and shook his head. That's not interesting. What's truly powerful is martial strength. Normal trade is enough. Li Yi canceled his previous plan. It was meaningless, and he needed manpower to arrange it. By the time the Tang dynasty planted all the seeds, would they still care about others stealing them? When the time comes, the inspection will be stricter. The coastline is long, and it won't be easy to guard against them. Ships have to be inspected at sea. Li Yi changed his method. The Tang dynasty had many ships. When he went to inspect them, the other party would have to take them out for inspection and then allow them to board the ships for inspection. He had other ways to limit the inspection, and the cost wasn't too high. The barbarian merchant ships secretly took the seeds out. In order to avoid the inspection of the Tang dynasty, they would have to take unfamiliar routes. The unfamiliar sea route was not close to the shore, and their ships would capsize. Then, when the great Tang army escorting the merchant caravans discovered crops that shouldn't have appeared in some place, the great Tang army would go and eradicate them. They didn't have to delay it for too long. 10 years later, it wasn't certain who would own the land where the new crops were planted. Let's go take a look. Lu Huaishan was curious. No, it's too far. Luoyang Palace is 25 miles from here. I'll go to the hospital. Li Yi didn't want to waste time. Do I have to take action just because 22 barbarian merchants came? It wasn't like the Tang dynasty didn't have foreigners. It was just these 22 people who came to Haijiu Harbor. The 22 people who came from somewhere were rejected. No one met them. No, there were officials from Honglu Temple who took care of them. One of them was holding a tablet and was responsible for recording. There were people from Honglu Temple who understood the language of the other party, but there were some problems with the dialect. They could communicate. For example, the foreigners in Li Yi's time would say one word when they went to a restaurant: noodles. Normal people wouldn't think that the other party wanted to eat bread, but noodles. When Chinese people went out, needless to say, they would just use their hands to gesture and eat with chopsticks. The kind foreigners would take them or them to a Chinese restaurant. It was easier in a Chinese restaurant. No matter where the restaurant was opened, at least the other party could understand Mandarin. In fact, those who didn't know foreign languages had to find a tour guide who knew foreign languages. It was easier with a mobile phone. Regardless of whether the translation was normal or not, everyone could understand the general meaning. For example, if you wanted to eat breakfast, you would give 2 words, morning and eat. This was definitely wrong, but when the other party saw it, understood. Breakfast, right? You could even point to the rising sun and shout eat. The other party would definitely not think that you wanted to eat the sun. That thing was not easy to pick. The key was that if you ate it, what would happen to everyone else? International communication turned out to be so simple. Nothing else was an obstacle. When Li Yi's yacht set out and arrived at the island, there was even no such communication. Human communication was intellectual. It could be completed through facial expressions and body language. There were powerful people in Honglu Temple who could understand. They could even understand Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures. What was the difference in other languages? The 22 people had just arrived and were taken to eat breakfast by the tour guide. Anyway, there was always food to eat. They didn't need to spend money. The Tang dynasty was in charge. The Tang dynasty could still afford it. It was within the budget. There was a lot of seafood in Haijiu, and there was no shortage of rice, steamed buns, and wontons. The officials of Honglu Temple didn't take the foreign guests to eat beef and mutton. They knew that there were places where people always ate. They took them to the hot pot place. There was chili oil and a wide variety of dishes. The key was that they plagiarized the Heavenly World's running water transportation hot pot. It couldn't be called plagiarism. This was another Heavenly World. It was a chain. Next, what's wrong recently? The number of patients with appendicitis has increased. The foreigner's eating habits and suddenly overeating after eating good food? Li Yi was dealing with a patient with appendicitis in the hospital. It was the third case. He did it himself in an hour. There were too many cases. It seemed to be concentrated. The nurses in the laboratory department were working hard. They had to know the situation of every case. There were 3 other similar surgeries in progress. They were completed by the nurses, but the speed was slow. Li Yi was thinking about the root cause, not the surgical technique. He didn't want to cut the appendix if he could, because he needed to pay attention to the increase in the number of appendicitis. He was not other doctors who could cut the appendix just because he said it was useless. Use lactic acid bacteria to control the foreigner's meat intake. Li Yi ordered. Chapter 2139. In the afternoon, the sun was in the west. A large group of people were being examined in the hospital. Those with stomachs were asked to come over and take the small train. The cause of the disease was found. The people who came later had a habit of eating 2 meals a day. After giving them 3 meals, they still ate the same way as they ate 2 meals. Local eggs were cheap, so they bought eggs and boiled them to eat. In addition, the temperature was getting lower and lower day by day, and the gastrointestinal tract was in disorder. Many people already had stomach aches, but they insisted. They couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to see a doctor. As a result, the propaganda was started, telling the people who came later not to eat too much. Surgery was a waste of time and was not good for their health. Those who were slightly uncomfortable hurriedly went to the imperial physicians, doctors, and doctors everywhere. Those who could be diagnosed were diagnosed. Those who couldn't were sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, thick bedding was made so that they wouldn't catch a cold. Li Yi continued to be busy. When the nurses finished other work, he went over and performed the surgery skillfully. The little girl and Li Guizong were assistants. The patients were not on death row, so they were not allowed to be the chief surgeon. The patients who didn't need surgery were given medicine and cheese by others. So many people have intestinal abscesses. It's not good to eat too much. Empress Wang was looking after the child in her courtyard. Dudu, the little girl, was not here. She was in school. Hearing the news, she sighed. The palace maid next to her. She unconsciously put her hand on the position of the appendix incision. She was the first person in the Tang dynasty to have her appendix removed. At that time, she thought she was going to die. Only now did she know that intestine removal was a small surgery for Li Dongzhu. Major surgery was the kind of surgery where a rope was threaded from the thigh all the way to the heart. Yes, that was how Qingdai lived. Empress, is it possible that someone poisoned Li Dongzhu to make him tired? She suddenly had an idea and told Empress Wang. Send someone to tell uncle. Empress Wang was serious. When Li Yi finished the last surgery he needed to do, he took a shower and changed his clothes. Empress Wang's people were waiting outside. Li Dongzhu, did someone poison and cause intestinal abscesses? The person asked, Poison? Is there such a powerful poison? Go back and tell sister-in-law that I don't have it. Even for someone like me, it's impossible for many people to get appendicitis at the same time. However, I can choose from other diseases. Li Yi shook his head. What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a useful virus? Large-scale spread, causing people to get appendicitis? Wouldn't it be better to change to another type of virus to be able to achieve this level of technology? He already had one, but he didn't have one for appendicitis. The servant ran back to report. Empress Wang didn't know if she should be relieved or worried. According to what Uncle said, he had a poison that could make many people sick. Don't let it out by accident. Please don't. During dinner, Li Yi did not seem to be in a good mood. It was not because he was tired, but because the volume of surgeries he had to perform was nothing. He was worried that some of the citizens were afraid of disturbing him. They were clearly uncomfortable, but they endured it just like Shi in the past. Shi-er's family had been brought over. They lived in a building by the Ba River. Presently, They had arrived in Luoyang. The officials were also in a bad mood. With so many people sick who could still laugh, they were probably done for. After dinner, Li Yi went to do his ward rounds. Dongzhu. The little robot followed him. Songda said that the barbarians asked what chili was. What else could it be? It's an edible treasure. We don't sell seeds. Li Yi smiled and arranged for people to bring them to eat hot pot. As expected, they liked spicy food. The situation of the curry sold through Tubo was still unknown. Chili noodles were always available. If there was not enough, they could find a place to plant them. The Tang dynasty didn't sell seeds, let alone other places. The Tang dynasty could sell seeds to Shu, the north, the northeast, Hunan, Hubei, and other places. At the same time, they could also be rewarded. This thing wouldn't die if they didn't eat it. If the barbarians wanted it, they could exchange it with good things. Food. The Tang dynasty would never complain about having too much food. They couldn't do without it even if they were placed in long hair. At worst, they could just age the food and make it into feed. Currently, there was food in the granary, but it was far from enough for 9 years. Hiss-ha! The 22 barbarians ate. They ate hot pot, spicy hot pot with chili peppers. They ate it normally, but they drank soup. Tian Qingyuan, the young minister of Honglu Temple, accompanied them. He ate vegetables and meat. It was spicy, but he was not afraid. The hot pot seasoning he got had herbs. After eating spicy food, he wouldn't have diarrhea, and the other side would be spicy. The base of the hot pot with chili oil was fragrant. It was best to add a spoonful of it when eating noodles. Unfortunately, the price was too high. He could only get 2 taels a month. It was enough to serve people, but he couldn't sell it. If he was caught selling it secretly, he would be fired. Someone in Honglu Temple had sold it before. It was lower than the market price. If it was higher than the market price, wouldn't it be better for others to buy it directly? The person who bought it was Yang Sisun's man. His Majesty personally asked, "Is there any urgent matter at home that requires money? Children married without a house to live in? Sick without medicine? No meat on the table? Lack of food in the rice bowl? Add clothes for the wife?" Every time he asked, his colleague would shake his head. He didn't lack anything. If something was lacking, it could be said that the parents were old and their legs were not good. They wanted 2 good wheelchairs with smooth bearings. No problem. Filial piety. Looking at the situation, it was indeed so. 2 good wheelchairs. Since it wasn't lacking, it was a case of receiving the emperor's kindness but not obeying his orders. Take him down. After being beaten, he would become a commoner. Without an official position, no one would give him any benefits. Tian Qingyuan thought about it and began to consider whether he should take the leftover soup home. There were a total of 6 hot pots for 40 people. Could they drink all the soup? Tian Shaoqing, is this for sale? The person drinking the soup asked again. Tian Qingyuan glanced at the glass mirror beside him. The room in Heavenly Earth had a one-way mirror. If someone behind could see this side, it would be a mirror. Songda was behind, so he could contact him at any time. He smiled. Eat first. I'm not in charge of this. Wait for me to go back and ask. Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door and delivered the dishes. One of the dishes was placed in front of his plate very impolitely. He was stunned and then nodded. There was a note on it. He took a look and noted it down. The note said, selling chili noodles but not the seeds, giving some curry but not the chili oil with herbs. The other party moved the plate again and took the note away at the same time. He continued, "But I can still make the decision. If the quantity is not large, I'll sell you the chili noodles. In addition, you can meet His Majesty as a subject of another country. His Majesty will reward you with other good things." He dared to speak, sending gifts in the name of His Majesty. The other party insisted that they were here on the orders of their king and that some of the items on the 2 ships were to be sent as a tribute. According to the rules, the other party's status was low. The Tang dynasty would not reward them with gold or silver. If they felt that the curry was delicious, they could buy more. "Is it grown?" The other party obviously didn't just want to buy the chili noodles. He wanted to grow it himself. Ordinary people can't grow it. Only those born in the Yang year, Yang month, Yang day, Yang time and Yang moment can do it. But such people usually don't live past 15 years old. They need to stabilize their lives with magic. Tian Qingyuan's lies came out of his mouth without any hesitation. This book urgently needs a subscription. Brothers and sisters who have the ability to do so, please go to Qijian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmer bowed. There will be a lot more tomorrow. Chapter 2140. The people from the Tang dynasty who accompanied them to eat didn't show any expression that they shouldn't have. The barbarians were confused. What was yang? They knew at 15 years old that they couldn't live, but there were also people who could live. Then am I yang? Another barbarian asked. You're not. Look, you're already past the 15th. Tian Qingyuan waved his hand. Maybe I'm lucky. The barbarian was unwilling to give up. Tell me which year you were born in. Tian Qingyuan knew that the barbarian didn't know about the year of Yang. The possibility of him being confused was too small. Besides, if he was confused about the year, there was still the month. He couldn't be confused from the beginning to the end, right? Then his luck would be heaven-defying. The barbarian obviously couldn't say it, but he still insisted. Why don't you sell some to us? We'll take them back and try to grow them. When they're grown, we'll bring them back to you. You won't have to go through so much trouble. I can't make the decision on this. I'll ask. Tian Qingyuan beat around the bush again. This went on for several days. Tian Qingyuan brought a group of people to eat, drink, and wander around. But the barbarians wanted to see Li Longji. Li Longji couldn't see them now. He had to investigate thoroughly and then teach them the relevant etiquette. In a few days, it would be time for the imperial court meeting. At that time, everything would go smoothly, and the Li family Zhuangzi would summon them. The moon became smaller and smaller day by day. When it became a crescent hanging in the sky and the north wind whistled, Fan Fan's team was still moving forward. Nearly 70,000 people didn't rest and gave their horses extra food. There's still 10 miles to go. Hold on a little longer. There's a comfortable camp and hot food there. Fan Fan ordered and encouraged everyone. In fact, there were still 20 miles to go. The Tang dynasty's navy had arrived. When the navy came to greet them, they could breathe a sigh of relief. This was the first time the 5,000 southwestern barbarians had experienced such a long journey in cold weather. It was different from the training in winter. No matter how hard the training was, they knew that they could rest well after the training. With more than 60,000 people, they had to protect them along the way. They had become the support of others. Relying on others and being relied on were two different feelings. Some southwestern barbarians even secretly wiped their tears when they were on duty in the snow at night. They finally understood the difference between them and the winged knights. The winged knights didn't give off the feeling that they were made of iron. At the same time, they also understood that it was not easy to be a leader. Take Dong Zhu, for example. With him alone, countless people felt at ease. If Dong Zhu was here, he wouldn't feel too bad, right? The southwestern barbarians were clearly unable to take it, and the commoners who migrated with them were also in a bad mental state. Fan Fan was worried. He wanted to bring everyone back alive. There were stragglers in the large-scale march, but his team was not allowed to appear. It was the strongest army in the Tang dynasty, second to none. When the people in the group heard that it was 5 kilometers away, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were almost there. The snow squeaked as it was stepped on. The little children sat on the sleigh and were covered with layers and layers of blankets. From time to time, the old man would get off the sleigh, trot along for a while, and then get back on. They weren't willing to give up just like that. They were about to live a good life, so it wasn't worth it to give up now. Li Endong and the other 4 were also exhausted. Their physiques were not as good as the winged knights, but their willpower was just as strong. There are torches in front. The people walking in front had sharp eyes. The torches were still far away, but they could see them. Along with the shouting, the group suddenly sped up. Fan Fan was stunned. It seemed that they hadn't reached 5 kilometers yet. There should be another 5 kilometers. Where did the group come from? He raised his binoculars and looked. Sure enough, there were torches. Stop, wait. He didn't dare to let everyone continue to move forward, so as not to mess up the formation. The people who were already tired stopped moving forward, panting. Some people simply sat on the ground. Not long after, the long line of torches arrived. Not only were there people and torches, but there were also horses and sleighs. Quick, let everyone drink some hot soup. Change horses, change horses. Someone in the group shouted. A large group of people held torches and trotted. The people in front ran back and didn't stop in the middle. Half an hour later, the people in the back gave the people in front a water bag. It was still warm. The Li family Zhuangzi's people will help. Drink the soup last. Li Endong and the others shouted. They were the southwestern barbarians. The order was passed down. The southwestern barbarians wanted to wait for others to take care of them. But now they stood up and took off the reins for the horses. Yes. Understood. Understood. They replied loudly. They could tell that Li Endong and the others were shouting. The Li family Zhuangzi's people. From this moment on, they would no longer enter the village with their original identities. How difficult was it to become a villager of the Li family Zhuangzi? It was even more difficult than taking the imperial exam. One could pass the imperial exam and become an official, but they couldn't become a member of the Li family Zhuangzi. The people of the other tribes drank the hot soup. Seeing that there were more people around, they didn't seem so tired. The horses naturally became more relaxed. Brothers, pull the plow. Brothers, hold on. Actually, you're not tired at all. Really, if you don't believe me, you can pull the plow. Fan Fan, rest for a while. We're here. Someone walked out of the group and handed Fan Fan a flat wine flask. Fan Fan swallowed and shook his head. Is there soup? Drink. The other party continued to hand him the wine flask. Fan Fan gritted his teeth. Don't talk nonsense. You guys actually found so many people. Drink a mouthful. I'll tell you that I'm also surprised. The other party continued to hand him the wine. I made a mistake. Fan Fan took the wine flask. It was warm, so he twisted it open and took a sip. The 70% alcohol head was soaked in deer antler and wolfberry. Now it was 60% alcohol. It was a little sweet because of the wolfberry. The other winged knights were also given wine, including Li Endong and the others. After drinking a mouthful, his blood circulation sped up. It was refreshing to breathe in the cold air. Tell me, old Lu, how did you get here? Fan Fan asked Lu Tingguang, the leader of the Tang dynasty's navy. The winged knights are in Liaodong Protectorate and Xinqing Protectorate. We sent telegrams to each other and they received them. After receiving the telegrams, they did not reply. The two places tacitly organized their forces at the same time. The local people listened to them and mobilized a large number of horses and provisions to come here. They met on the road and saw us 2 hours ago today. They came together to reinforce us. We set up camp and waited for you. Otherwise, if we continued to move forward and met in the middle of the night, we would have to set up camp. Lu Tingguang gave Fan Fan a thumbs up. He praised the winged knights. A place with the feathered forest flying cavalry was indeed different. The winged knights, who were in charge of the telegrams, even helped the local people to deal with the local affairs. Although the Tang dynasty built the government, there were many local people. You guys are not bad either. Navy. Although the speed of moving on land is a little slow, the formation is stable. Fan Fan explained the distance between the two sides and the time of departure. The Navy was slow. We were slow before so that we can be faster in the future. Follow us. The camps along the way have already been set up. You don't need to build them. Lu Tingguang's mouth twitched. Why do you think we are slow? Oh, old Lu, you like to build camps? Fan Fan was surprised. He understood. There would be camps along the way. When the time comes, the camps would be thrown away. Lu Tingguang raised his eyebrows. The scariest thing in the sea is not having a camp. Fortunately, the Dongzhu built them for us.